Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GAN's plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural, balanced, energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural, original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection, as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists, and healthcare centers. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
Hello, friends, neighbors, agents of peace, ambassadors for peace, superstars. We welcome you here to the Keshe American Knowledge Team. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Skork, and the date is December 4th, 2022. We welcome you from all different parts of the world today, as this is more of an international meeting, as well as a roundtable meeting. Everyone has a microphone. You're all encouraged to interact, but whatever way you'd like to proceed is fine. Some people do use their voice. Some people use silent lines of communication, and others use a mixture of both. So we welcome you all. And we're going to have a great day, as Alex usually says, but we're having an even greater time. Christmas is just around the corner, and Mr. Keshe is starting to deliver the Christmas packages. And that's part of what we're going to be talking about today, the Christmas light system, or the Christmas package that's been put together. And so we hope you all take advantage of that. Again, it's processing, and that's what we're going to be talking about today, is processing. We're going to continue our video from last week on Parkinson's or Alzheimer's can be reversed. We'll finish the second half of that video. And again, this is older technology, but very workable, as you can see in the video. But now these systems have gone so much further since, I don't know if that was 2018 or the actual date of that video, but it was when Mr. Keshe was working and explaining the technology to the Chinese for an extended period of probably about 36 months, something along that line. So we're going to see that, and then we're going to go into the workshop, and he's going to share more of how we're starting to gradually get access to eternal life. Again, you only thought that was found in the churches. I don't think it's found at all in the synagogues, the mosques, or the churches, but it's found in the knowledge of the universe, and that's what we're going to be exploring more today. So we do have a rather long clip there of about 40 minutes, but it's nothing that's difficult. There's no talk of antimatter of plasma or matter maths or some of these other terms, double core reactor, we're not all familiar with, and how they're used and so forth. But it's very plain, it's very simple. He's inviting us all in to be processed. And again, many of us have conditions we're unaware of. Many of us have conditions we are aware of. But whatever it is, we all need something, I believe. Maybe not all of us, but most of us. So that's what we're going to be concentrating on today. And normally we start with the World Peace Treaty. And a very simple document, which it's, can be downloaded and printed on the Keshe Foundation's website. This is a simple document the world leaders, religious leaders, and other prominent people are going to sign, but also the regular citizens of this planet. And we know there's more citizens on this planet than just mankind. This technology is not just for man. And I know for some of you, if you've heard this for the first time, that would be hard to believe. But it's for all of the souls on this planet to elevate and to become much more aware of themselves and expansion of their soul physicality, and so on. Again, we think of 7 billion beautiful lights on this planet, beautiful stars. But there's probably closer to 7 trillion when you count the plants and the animals and all the different creatures. Some of them we're not even aware of. But this is a prerequisite. And again, this doesn't need to be signed, I don't think, for you to be processed in the system, at least not mobily, or probably in Linz. I don't know the actual procedure there, but it is something that we all want to get on the same page, and we'll see many changes happen much quicker, because collectively, if we're wishing for peace, things will manifest themselves than if just one is. Although it would only take just one to bring about this, but we don't seem to have the full field strength for that to happen yet at this point. So we're working collectively, as we are collectively creating the Dome of Peace and many other things, working collectively. So would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? It's a very simple document. Again, I've read it many times. I've endorsed it. I've handed it out. And again, you don't have to sign this with a pen. You can sign this with the pen in your soul. But I think it's a very beautiful, short document, but right to the point. I, as citizens of the earth, from this moment on, except to lay down all tools of aggression and war, I shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this, I all agree and swear with our or my, and you can delete as appropriate. So if it's for your city, you delete the rest. If it's for your town, you delete the rest. Or maybe it's for your religion and your city, then just leave the two. Simply put your name, your signature, your date, position, and again, on behalf of the nation, the territory, the religion, the city, the individual, or your town. Have it witnessed, name, signature, as you would with any document you would need notarized. Normally they want it witnessed. So you simply put the name of the witness, the signature of the witness, date, position held, and so on. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And as we all know, we're introducing a new science, a new ethos, and a new language to this planet. We are the pioneers, and sometimes the pioneers have a little bit of difficulty, but we're sort of the front runners. We're just understanding a little bit of this knowledge more than the others at this point. But everyone's going to come along, as everyone's going to be upgraded. As Mr. Keshe said, he's going to upgrade the whole lot. I often wondered how he was going to get the attention of everyone. And we see the conditions being created on this planet for that to come about. But also, I think through this mobile processing process that is going on now, we'll be able to bring in 1,000, 10,000, 100,000 people at the same time with similar conditions, and all will be processed. All will have a beautiful testimony to share, and that will just spread because everyone seems to have something they need to be balanced, repaired, or processed. So let's go to our video of the Parkinson's and Alzheimer's can be reversed. We saw part of this last week, about half. We have about 10 minutes left, so we're going to continue on in here. Again, the background here is a national from China. I think he's a military man, but I don't know. He may have owned hospitals or something else. But this was with the field unit that we saw on the Klaus's field unit, or what we described as a process there that was going on. There was no shell here, but it was more or less a field unit without the shell. And again, this is from, I'm not sure of the date, but anyway, the technology has moved on and it advanced quite a bit, making this look like a dinosaur. We'll go on to hear Mr. Keshe describe a woman coming in with a condition in the 461 workshop, as well as a child. So today's a little bit on processing, and then we will cover the Christmas package. Again, very inexpensive, less than tuning up an automobile in most countries. So you can avail yourself of being tuned up in a way or balanced on a mobile system, which no one can hack into, no one can interfere with. And since we have the technology, it's our right to deliver it. So let's finish up this video. Again, another very beautiful video, especially those suffering with Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, or Alzheimer's, that there is now a real solid solution. This is in the middle of the video. The man is progressing day by day, maybe 2 sessions a day. I'm not exactly sure of the protocol, but this is what has led up to what's happening today in Linz.
Day 30 plus, vocal exercising. The volunteer begins vocal exercises to restore his voice and speech. The volunteer practices motor skills and hand-eye coordination using a ball. Day 36, exercising. He practices further coordination skills. He is more proficient when step climbing on elevated surfaces. Day 40 plus, walking. The volunteer is confidently taking a walk in the park. Day 40 plus, coordination. Now he is confident to resume a normal life and go shopping with his family in the crowded market. He is improving his movement coordination. Day 40 plus, exercising. He continues to exercise in the public parks. Day 42, running. Unimaginable. 7 weeks earlier, he was in a wheelchair. Now, the volunteer runs for the first time. Day 42. Running. He is running longer distances with ease. Day 45. Running. He quickly progresses, getting better day by day. Now he runs in the sports arena, achieving 300 to 600 meters in different sessions in a way that doctors barely keep up. Day 59. Climbing. The volunteer engages in adventure park activities and successfully climbs on a net. Day 60. Cycling. He now adds cycling exercises to his routine.
Again, we'll put the link to that video in the chat that anyone who would like to show it to others, feel free. But this was an example several years ago of what can be done in this processing or rebalancing of the physicality. And even more than that, I think Mr. Keshe said he's restored the dignity of the man. This gentleman had to have someone put him to bed, take him out of bed, take him to toilet, and so on and so forth. And now he can do much of that on his own, I believe. And again, there's more to report. We haven't actually heard a direct interview from the man, but I'm sure he's very, very excited, exuberant with joy, happiness, well-being. And that process was about a 60-day process. And again, what we saw with the Chinese government, I'm sure, was involved in this, and they're fully aware of what the technology can do. And I think that's one of the reasons, as Mr. Keshe said, he said if we can modify the seeds, we can touch the seeds and reverse the genetically modified seeds, then we can also touch the physicality of the man through the fields. And so China has signed, or is in the process of signing, an agreement with the foundation where we will provide some of the special technology to reverse genetically modified seeds or organisms such as seeds. So beautiful that we're able to return the dignity of the man, that he can now operate on his own. Even though he had probably a lot of wealth and a lot of help, he wasn't able to do things on his own. And so this restoring of dignity to people or children, as we've seen in the orphanages, is a beautiful key ingredient to this technology and the elevation of the soul of the man. Let's go to the workshop here. And again, Mr. Keshe describes two cases, but these two cases are more in the recent period. I hope I have the right starting point. But as you'll hear him say, man is gradually getting access to eternal life. So if you thought eternal life was in Rome, in the Vatican, with the Pope, the Ayatollah, the rabbi, or the monk, you're sadly mistaken. As we know, they seem to all have a pattern of cashing out people's pockets as well as their soul. But now we know we can, through this understanding, as we start to transmutate, this is one of the keys to eternal life, I believe. As Mr. Keshe said, if they get rid of him, he'll just change the frock, as he said, and will still get you. So this is an entire process that's going on. And again, let's hear a couple of the examples Mr. Keshe has given just in the last few weeks of what's actually going on in Linz.
This is where the change is coming, and this is where the biggest change for man comes. In a way, man is gradually getting access to eternal life. And this eternal life, this knowledge, this technology cannot stay within the Keshe Foundation. In ways, we have to make it accessible to every being on this planet.
Okay, so we're going to be listening to this for about 40 minutes. Okay, but again, it's very plainly spoken. There's no terms you probably haven't heard before, and it gives you a really broad understanding of the direction the foundation is going with these mobile testings and the rest of it. We know there are setups with the doctors and everything, and if you can't help yourself through the mobile system, you can be referred to working directly with doctors, but it's much more expensive, as they have to be supported. The doctors have to be supported. So the mobile processing is the way to go. It's, again, just getting a taste of what this technology can do. And of course, most of the knowledge seekers believe it without seeing it. But some people want to see first before they believe. And as Mr. Keshe said, we'll bring them in and we'll make them see, and then they'll believe. So we're just going to go through this. But again, it's a very simple, plain sort of overview. And of course, things can change, as we noticed in the Keshe Foundation. But this is the general direction the technology is proceeding in.
And in a way, the technology has to become like the rays of the sun, shines on all in an equal amount, in an equal way. If you're lying on the grass in the park, the sun doesn't decide you're going to get more if you're black, white, yellow, or orange. Doesn't decide if you're a man, the dog, or the cat. And this knowledge has to be the same. In so many ways, we have to develop it that it becomes the same and become accessible and become part of the accessibility that even those who do not understand what the MRI machine is or an X-ray machine is, when they go through it, they find the problem. And at the same time, when they go through it, they don't know what the chemotherapy is, but what the MRI found out, the chemotherapy tries to solve. In this process, the MRI and the chemotherapy is within you and is part of you, is part of the structure of the motion of the soul of man. And all we do with our technology is to create the framework, and you create the fields. You create that chemical for chemo in the fields of the body of your inside. We create the frame of the MRI. You create the scanning of the emotion, what's wrong, what it needs to be done by own fields, by own understanding, like the moon and the earth and the other planet move in a certain position to accommodate each other in a certain time. That's become the part of the work. We are the creator of that condition. You are the one who decides what happened inside. For this reason, we need to understand that 99.999% of those who use our technology are ignorant to the science, but them get benefited the same as all of us, being a man, a dog, a cat, and the rest. In time, man will change. In time, the humanity, through progress of understanding, will change to its own dimension and direction. And in time, us, as those who understand part of the knowledge, will come to teach the others to understand the work of their own soul, to understand the work of others. At the moment, everything has become physical, and everything has to be done in hospitals by doctors who read a few books and they become gods. Now the God is within you, which is your soul. And the creator of you, the creator of the existence of physicality of you is within you. You can become the doctor of yourself. We don't do anything. You find the solutions. We don't do anything. Your soul fixes what is wrong inside. This week, I'm sure the ladies on the line or a relative who introduced her to us, she came to our doctors, highly educated, a PhD. She cannot walk. She cannot take steps. She can do a small dragging foot. Talking to her, the doctors even have, I've never heard before, is screwing her big toe to the one next that she can keep her balance or whatever. Literally put a pin between two toes. She had to move house to live in a one-floor apartment because she cannot do anything. She hasn't walked in a way for nearly 2 years, collectively 5 years. She has to go through a pain structure to get up, to stand up, even trying to take the step. Highly educated. Hands cannot bend. Fingers don't touch. It's like putting an orange in between the hand. She's been like this for years. For past 2 years, and gradually she goes into condition that she will not be able to move anything. With the doctors, she's been put through the process for 30 minutes. Then we asked her, can you walk? She stands up, she walks. Can't get her voice clearly. She says, I'm walking. I don't want to stop. I haven't walked for years. I have no pain. And she walks around the table and like dancing. And he said, just calm down. He says, I don't want to. I haven't walked. This is something impossible. In 30 minutes. It's not the 30 minutes. It's that millisecond. The soul decides to perfect the walk, the man to walk. Souls, the psychological and the physical just follows. That 30 minutes is where that 1 millisecond of elevation of the soul will come. We stop. Comes on the next day. The joy, the happiness of being able to walk the day before was overwhelming. Go through the same process again. And she's walking. She doesn't want to sit. We ask her to run. She says, I cannot run. Asking the question. My toes have been pinned together. My ankles have been locked because I was not supposed to walk ever again in my life. What about the hand? The fingers can touch each other for the first time. The emotion, the process wanting to live is so strong. It has rejuvenated itself. Life is there again to live. We asked her, can you go for a run in the next couple of weeks? I can't run. My toes are pinned. My ankle is locked. But now they have to take it off. We created the envelope. The scanning, the evolution is done by the soul, by the energy within inside a man, not by us. We are literally a DHL office. We are a post office. We know where to develop the envelope and how we cannot carry a letter. You have to put it in an envelope that we can carry. You have to box it. We create a box. We are provider of that box. We are not the curer. We are not the doctors. We are not anything. We are just a career office. which needs everything to be in an envelope. You cannot bring a bunch of oranges on the table, says, can you take this to New York? Sorry, you have to put it in an envelope. Then we can carry the oranges. And then whatever is there, the taste, the joy, the sweetness of the orange is for you to taste when you receive it or who receives it from you. The work with this delivery company called Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute is to deliver the soul of the man anywhere in the universe. It's you who does the delivery. It's you who decides where the envelope goes. We have delivery office in every corner of the universe, in every stone and in every heart. We're talking with the doctors, with the mother, with the child, with the autism. Child, 4 years, mentally 1.5. We saw her crying last night in facing the reality that she's having a 4-year-old boy as a 4-year-old boy soon in her hand. 3 times through the system in past 2 weeks. For the first time, he decides to go to the toilet on his own before we know what happens to young children. For the first time, he can continuously hug parents, his mom and dad, which wasn't there. For the first time, he can sing songs with a TV program. For the first time, when we heard it yesterday, when a mother comes and is watching TV on father's handset, he says, "Hi, Mom, how are you?" And for the first time, the family is a family. They don't need to carry a handicapped child for decades to come. The whole process is that 30 minutes. What we do not know which second the soul decides to put the letter in the envelope and elevate that soul and elevate that physicality. In the past 2 weeks, for the first times, we share what I shared privately for years with people who walked away and I could not tell them I expanded your soul, and we got accused of medical interference, which we did not did. We elevated the soul. Now that those who never understood find elevation in their soul. Now for the first time, there are translators and us and doctors who control this process. We're all hear how changes are coming. How effectively we are changing life. We hear from the people who could not sleep, and now they sleep solid because the ghost of their own life has found solution within self. The pains in the stomach are not there, or many other things which has been going on with the elevation of the soul. For this reason, Keshe Foundation has decided, and we open a mass, what we call meeting, a plasma conference, a plasma event that we will carry on with this every month. What we want to do, we don't want to keep, unless you want to be especially sorted and done, which you cannot do it in this process of the events. We take you up, we increase your numbers to take more on and to allow things to happen. But we want to give you the taste of it. Many of people say, how do I know it works? So we have opened this introductory, what we call sessions. You're an addict. You have a cancer. You have Alzheimer's. You suffer from diseases that there is no answer in the world of the medicine of the man today. You have a joint pain. You have pains which has been with you as fibromyalgia or whatever. Keshe Foundation is opening for the first time a session where we want to reach all of you at the same time. Your son is alcoholic, your daughter is a drug addict, your father has got a prostate cancer, you suffer from fibromyalgia and everything else, and the husband is alcoholic beyond. You just got condition that you cannot do, and they told you is psychosomatic, they told you is genetic, or is immune system problem. The love of God shines on all equal. You don't know in the park lying down, the guy next door to you has a cancer, or is a schizophrenic, or he's got a fibromyalgia. But the sun shines exactly on you who have a brain tumor, and he doesn't. For this reason, we open a channel. And we're going to repeat this every month. For people who have doubts, or people who think they might be able to reach to understand, maybe they see the change to understand the technology. And the understanding of feeling it, then they can decide. They want to go through the full process, or they decide, I wait till next month, maybe I'll find another. We specifically gapped it for 4 weeks that you get a chance to analyze, and don't call it accidentally. I could do this last week, but this week I can do. I had a headache, but oh, it cannot be because I went to that session. So you can still live in the line of denial, but go back on working on what you receive. We have opened a Christmas gift to humanity. On Friday the 16th, Keshe Foundation opens a 4-hour session that between 500 to 1,000 people can join in. Come in with your desires, come in to see your grandfather, come in to travel to the moon, come in to get rid of the cancer, come in to get rid of the drug addiction. We don't ask. We raise the sun on all of you. We bring the technology. It's you that you might get a sunburn, or you feel still shivering in the same sun. Go on the Keshe Foundation website, join in, because we'll follow you up in the following weeks what changes has brought you. Come in hungry and ask for food. See if that day, that week, you still eat the same as before you go through the system. Come in with a bag of chocolates and see if you can gift it to somebody, to your friend. You are in New York and he's in Liz. I send you a chocolate. Did you feel a taste of it? This is part of the mass introduction of the technology worldwide. This is the first step that we open this irrespective of. We'll monitor everything from LINS. It's you who has to tell us you came in an addict and your desire reduced. It's you who come and say, I came, I couldn't walk. Now I can walk. On the Monday the 19th, we open specific channels for those who want to transmute their souls and walk away or find a way from their addiction. Session is for 1 hour. The next hour, we open a session for those who want to go to the moon. For the next session, we open for those of you who suffer from Parkinson. For another session, we open a session for those of you who have a cancer. It's a symposium of all of you. We don't do anything. You just go in your home, attend the conference, attend the meeting, attend the seminar in your own soul. We provide that packaging from the transportation company. Sign it and get involved to bring the change. Each session, we can handle 500 people. If it's 20 of you, it still goes on. If it's 5,000 of you, we have to change the numbers. You suffered, you came to us, we said we don't have the knowledge. You can test it to see if the knowledge works for you. Maybe you get that 30 seconds of elevation, 1 millisecond of elevation, that it changes you. But be honest and report it back. The next step after this will be mobile transportation, where in the same kind of sessions, we move so many of you from one position to another. I promise you, I open the technology to mankind. And this is the best mankind can do for the time being till what is done, understood, and system multiplications is started. In a way, if you look at it, the system invents is a connection to the Creator that shines equal amongst all of you. I don't need to open 1 million centers. One system suffices to satisfy the need of the man across this planet. It's you who has to find a way to link to that energy and find your way out of that energy with what you want. We have a guy who came, says, you can't cure my sister, I want everything back. Put your sister on, see if she wants to live. Or is it just you pushing it? Bring your child with drug addiction, put them for 30 minutes with their own soul. See if the addiction is a cause of the body or escape from an abusing mother. The truth will come to him and he understands. On 16th of December, we give you a Christmas gift, a Christmas party by Keshe Foundation for your soul. You are the Santa. It's you who comes on the chimney of the plasma of your own soul. What gift do you want to give to your physicality or to your emotion or from your physicality to your soul for elevation, then it finds peace with itself. On Monday, we open the channel for those of you who want to come in and get rid of your problems with your own addiction. We just create the conference room. Those of you who want to go to the moon, Mars, or you want to go and see how the weather is in California, you're welcome. And everything else, we allocate times every day. Maybe every day at 9 o'clock, we have a breakfast time salute. And 10 o'clock at night, dinner is served through your soul. You got to understand, what we do is possible and has not been possible to do with humans purely through the technological development of the science in communication. We allow one session in the coming days for the recall of the world leaders. They want or they don't want, we drag them in with their own soul. We have the technology. On Friday the 16th, evolution in the science of man will take place if the man understands it. And in so many ways, once we move, once the first step's taken, the rest will happen. All you need for you with you is your headset and your mobile phone. As I said to other knowledge seekers, do not come with your laptops and your computers. They create a massive interference. You might end up in Zimbabwe where you wanted to be in Linz. Make sure nothing runs in the background on your handset. And make sure you're there till your soul tells you, let's leave. I had enough. I took what I want. And then join us on December the 20th on Friday. Sorry, January the 20th on Friday for the second session. We repeat these sessions once a year, once a month, sorry. And we extend it to numbers that we can handle. Keshe Foundation says, they can't help me. Now Keshe Foundation says, you make the facility, you see if you can help yourself. Many of you asked us, can you help us with our addiction, with drugs and everything else? Monday at 10 o'clock on the 19th of December is your allocation to meet your own soul. We open the room. You're not doing anything else. It's for you to meet your soul. 11 o'clock, we take you to the moon. The passage is open. Or anywhere in the universe you want. And that day. We are not doing anything else but opening a transmutation, DHL organization. There is no one on this planet which creates and delivers transmutation. We have the technology, we do. You have an envelope to post with the love letter in it, post office and DHL. You have there your energy, the field, and the soul to elevate and help yourself to deliver an envelope to yourself, to change yourself from the old pains. Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, Transportation Service, Radio Service. Anything has been your dream, join in on the 19th. Anything has been your wish. But tell us. You'll be allocated a Zoom number connected to your number. Do not give it to anybody else because it's not going to go anywhere else. Only those who are invited by registration in each section will be allowed in. 2 reasons. We can't let everybody in. Secondly, we want to give a tap on what development has been. How many of your addicts have managed to expand your soul truly, not to touch, to enrich your emotion, that alcoholism, sex, drugs, and everything else you can get addicted to is not needed to be satisfied. As the soul of the man have found balance in the emotional life. And gradually, as I said, we open this step by step to as many people as possible, that the what I call pharmaceutical of the soul of the man takes over pharmaceutical of the physicality of the man. It does not matter if you are Chinese or you live in Tehran or in the jungles of Amazon or in the back villages of Africa or in the White House. You all suffer from diseases and you all have the same problem. Join us to understand and join us to bring that change. And then see what you do to yourself. There'll be no teas and coffees in these conferences, but plenty of fields and cosmic rays and emotion of the man. For years you asked me, why is that? Why is it exclusive? Why cannot be done? Now you've got the answer of the why. The why is you, not us. We open the hall. Do you want to come have a wedding in it? You want to come in and get drunk with the field of the universe? You come in to use it as an operating room to get rid of your cancer. It's all yours. We just provide the 4 walls and the field. They promised the change will come in 2022. The change has come in 2022. You come into the room, go to Vatican and bring the Pope in and say, I have to take you somewhere that you see how much you like. You come as Iranians, you don't go through the revolution and street fights, but you go to the soul of Ayatollah Khamenei, Iran, and bring you in and you change it. So simple. If you wish, the dimension of acceptance of the wish is there to be done. I gave you the biggest gift. Now let's see how you use that gift and how in the coming months we expand it. And gradually, maybe in a year, 2 years' time, these lines are open 24 hours a day for everyone to use. I'm hungry. Can I borrow your mobile phone? Mine is broken, that I can feed myself to the Keshe Foundation Center. I have a pain in my head. I don't want aspirin, but can I use your mobile phone to get there? Did I find out what I would cause myself with it? And now you understand how the change has come. The Spaceship Institute has brought the universal spaceship for you to enjoy. We create the ship, and the planet Earth and the citizens are its passengers. Let's play the game and see what you're going to change. You are the pioneers, and this pioneering will bring a new change. Let's the game start and see how we change. Book yourself into these sessions. Those of you who for a long time seeing any solution for addicts and drugs and alcoholics, book yourself on the Monday the 19th. Join us on the 16th to develop, to understand the limitation of our systems, how much more we can add to increase the power. And how many of you will end up in the places you don't want to be by mistake, because you have to still to learn your GPS of the soul is not fixed properly, you end up in Zimbabwe instead of in this. Go back to New York and reset the GPS of your soul. The true wish. But in fact, if you're in Zimbabwe, that's where your soul really wanted to. You haven't ended up by mistake. You have to find out why your physicality ends up. Maybe it's going home. That's where your ancestors came from. And you always said, I wanted to know where my home is, where I come from. In the next few weeks and months, the process of the change will come in. And as our team develop more and more advanced systems, more and more of you will come to enjoy. We are looking in the Keshe Foundation side of the technology development, our doctors for especially the success with autism, especially with success with those who have a mental condition. And join us to bring that change. But share with us that we know what changes is brought in, that we can adjust our systems. You came one by one to teach us how to adjust the system of light. Now on Friday, we allow 500 people with all kinds of desires and wishes. And on Monday the 19th, we bring you to the condition step by step. Case by case. Because if you are an addict, it's a specific position in your soul and the physicality which has created that craving. And we set our systems for that. And let's see how we change, how we bring the change, and how the changes will come to be. We go for a break. When we come back, we'll explain more and we answer your questions. Rick, will you take us through a break?
Okay, that was quite a long clip, but it was very plainly spoken. And the beauty of all of it is you just need a headset and a handset. You don't even know, as he said, we have to assume that 99.999 of the people going through the system has no understanding of this technology. So it's not because you know about the Ganses, you know about reactors, you know about this, you know about that, is going to make any difference, I don't think, in the system. As he said, the sun shines equally on everyone. And of course, you're connecting through links to the creator, as I understand it. And that's all we're looking for, is just this millisecond where whatever you need is put into place. Again, it may take more than one session. I don't know, but it seems like it's the millisecond that you're looking for, even if you stay 1 hour, and see if the soul will insert what's needed into, or elevate the soul of physicality. So it looks like there's about 5 sessions at this point in time. The first one being Friday, December 16th. And I believe it says that the booking will close on December 10th. So if you're wanting to make yourself available for Friday, December 16th at noon, it sounds like the booking will shut off on December 10th. And of course, there's other sessions. The following Monday, on December 19th, it will be specifically for addictions. Although he did say on December 16th, if you're an addict, if you have cancer, if you have Alzheimer's, if you have things with no cure, if you have a joint pain, fibromyalgia, Alzheimer's, immune system problem, come in and have a taste. As he said, there won't be any tea or coffee, but there'll be plenty of fields and cosmic rays for you to interact with. So fantastic, but yet so simple. We thought we were going to learn how to mimic cosmic rays. I think that's going to be kept locked up within the technology, at least for now. But again, you don't need to understand how or to build a cell phone to actually use the cell phone. And this is the same, it sounds right now, with the technology. So we've seen a beautiful example of Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. We've seen the lady who's, I don't know what prompted the doctors to pin her toes together, but that's just the way they work, thinking they're going to help. But again, her ankle was locked and so on. But she was so happy, as Mr. Keshe said in the workshop, one of the reasons she could walk so much without any physiotherapy is because of the fact that she was 1/5 the weight of what she was, because she was still in this envelope of her soul. And again, returning dignity to that woman, returning dignity to the parents of the boy who was processed. I think that was his 3rd session in there. But what beautiful results, unbelievable results. And again, just by listening, you can meet your own soul and have an interaction with it and find out where the problem. And he said about addiction, I thought that was interesting. Is it caused by the physicality, or was it caused by an overbearing mother? I don't know if I understand that completely. Maybe a controlling influence, and the person wanted to get away from that. I don't know. But again, immune systems, all kinds of conditions. And this is just the beginning. So it looks like December 16th will be the first day. Monday the 19th will be the 2nd session. The 3rd session, it sounded like it's specifically dedicated to Parkinson's. The 4th session specifically dedicated for cancers. And the 5th session will be the recall of the world leaders. And as he said, we have the technology to bring their souls in, even if they don't want to come in. And I don't understand that completely, because just a few weeks ago, somebody was asking a question to Mr. Keshe, can I take someone with me? He said, yeah, if the soul agrees, we don't kidnap anyone and this and that. Now we're hearing, and maybe it's a special exemption when you're changing the conditions on an entire planet and there's a few individuals, then you're allowed to bring them in. As he said, they will experience it in a dream, as if they dreamt it, be put in front of knowledge seekers and others. Why are they creating so much pain? And then they'll be returned. The soul will be returned in an elevated fashion, and then we'll make observations. I don't think anyone could have imagined that this process would take place on this planet in this way to bring about the peace. And again, the peace is just the beginning of our interactions with the universal community, but we have to reach that peaceful condition. And that's one of the reasons why we're spraying the dome of peace in place and using our souls to practice elevating the others, world leaders, and i.e. AE, and so on and so forth, religious leaders. So we've been delivered a gift that we're not even really totally understanding completely yet, but we're going to start experience it within the next couple of weeks. Today is the 4th, so the 16th is only 12 days away. And that'll be at noon. Any questions anyone would like to raise or make a comment about this? I hope you're all going to
jump in.
participate. Yes, Jacko, please.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Mark. On Friday, I was on my way to Linz, and I made a stop in Munich. I visited Steph, and I was very surprised. She says she will pick me up at the hotel, and I thought, is it possible? And she says, yes, it's possible. Because before she always told it is not possible to get out because of her diseases and her situation. Now she told that she had 3 mobile sessions, and she effectively came. It's about 10-15 minutes walk one way. And we walked home to her home, and there we had a really wonderful time. She put me in a chair and asked if she can do a test with me, and I said, yes, it's no problem. So she blinded my eyes, and then she asked, do you feel something? And I said, yes, I feel in the back side of my head, left side, right side. I feel it was like a heating mat just underneath my skin going forward. And then I felt some pressure on the eyes, and I asked, what is this? And then she showed, she has the mirrors from the shop. And she tested them on me, and yeah, she was quite impressed how they work. So it was really nice, and I was very, very happy for her that she can walk now much better than before. It also shows the functionality of the sessions, and exactly what you said before. We are not aware what is to come, what kind of changes we will experience and be in them, with them, how we can support. I really see it as a family support that will happen on the 16th. And yeah, my goodness, what is to come?
Yes, I think we're just having the what do they call those? Hors d'oeuvres. Just the little crackers and cheese at this time, because there's so much more to come. We haven't sat down for the full meal yet, and perhaps that's the transmutation. But Steph did say she's never felt the fields before, but when she got these mirrors, she could totally feel the fields. Yes. These handheld mirrors, which you'll find in the store. Again, Mr. Keshe said they're very difficult to make, and it takes a lot of work to make them. I don't know if there'll be another run on them, but they did offer them years ago. So she put those mirrors, or what, they're sort of like discs. Are there a grip on them, or do you hold them did you actually hold them yourself, Jacko?
Later, I hold them myself, but in the beginning she did, and they are about the size of a hand. So they're in a plastic bag.
Okay.
It was zip sealed, and you can take them, you can hold them. She has a fixation. It's a hanging chair. Downstairs was the Magraf working. I saw it when I get off the chair, and it was a lot of really wonderful like heating fields around there. And nice. I can imagine that you can work with this together, the magraphs, the mirrors, and your own fields in a very, very special and nice way.
Yes, he said he talked about this being some sort of assist or preconditioning, which would help you do so many things. Again, as he said with the butterflies, there's many, many, many things you can do with those. He hasn't told us all. Of course, their soul elevators is the primary. All the systems Mr. Keshe produces are for the elevation of the soul. But again, the butterflies are very inexpensive and they're soul elevators as well. So it's a beautiful time here. Again, he hasn't even, we're just having sort of the hors d'oeuvres at this point, I think, but how phenomenal and how simple, where you just need a headset. You don't even have to understand any of the knowledge. As he said, the sun shines equally on all, or it rains on all equally. Wow, beautiful. I don't see Steph here today, and she's always usually here. Maybe she had
Yes,
something else
w-
to do, but we'll probably hear more in the reactor group this week. She's
yes, because
usually
of the visit, she probably now fell asleep. Normally, she sleeps the weekend
uh-huh.
through, you know.
Okay. No,
And
I don't know. I know she has a couple issues she's dealing with, she said. Beautiful.
yes,
Beautiful. Yes, it's going to touch so many souls. Diane, I see your microphone is open.
Yeah,
Well,
Mark, I was just
yes.
understanding because sometimes I understand things wrong, but don't you need a cell phone or
Yes.
like you can't use a computer because it will cause too much interference?
Yeah, he said it would create some sort of blocking with programs, even with your cell phone. I think you need to be sure all the apps. And again, is this a Zoom meeting? Because isn't Zoom an application? Or
I don't know.
maybe the computer is calling you directly through some sort of process, cell phone to cell phone. I'm not sure.
Yeah, because I got the use of a cell phone that I can buy because somebody got
Beautiful.
it wrong, but like it's not connected or anything. I was just gonna come like cancel my landline and use a cell phone. But do you need it to be connected to the internet or just by the phone?
I am not
Like,
sure exactly how it's going to happen. All I know right now is a cell phone and a headphone.
yeah, and I got a headphone.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Perhaps Mr. Keshe will visit us today and you can raise that question, but I'm sure there'll be more of the questions coming up. I don't even know how to shut everything off. I think we should put the do not disturb on, right? And mute all the sounds and everything because you don't want a call coming in on the call waiting or on the call line.
Well, I
And
think you need the voice on, like, because you need to communicate.
yes, you need your microphone open to hear
Yeah,
or whatever's going on there. But so simple. And for 250 euros, I mean, you can't even tune up a Volkswagen for 250. He's going to tune up your entire structure in a way, or start the process, or see what happens. As he said, we're looking for feedback from you, and it's up to you to share it. But all they're creating is the superstructure in a way. All the rest of the work is done through you and your soul. So it's just an amazing, again, beyond science fiction, even for some of us knowledge seekers. It's just amazing that this technology is being gifted to us for a very, very minimal fee. I mean, when you consider Alzheimer's or cancers or addictions or whatever, immune system disorders, the 250 is almost insulting in a way, but he wants to make it available for everyone. So you can
Mario
take it. Yes.
Mario noticed that it is 250 plus taxes, so it's 300 in total.
Yeah, there's a value added tax apparently, and it's about 50 euros. So when you're sending in or paying for it, to try to make it around 300 or maybe a little dollar or two over, and that way you'll be fully booked in. This is going to be a private session. No one will be allowed in, and he said don't share this your connection with anyone. So it's only on an individual basis, almost like certain things, the pain pads or pens were for single use in a way. Now I think they're multiple uses, and in time, over the next 1 to 2 years, this planet is going to be fed and it's going to be warm for all those who are lacking food or lacking heat or cooling. I think these are all going to come in through the mobile. And as he said, in China, we will put the seeds, we'll instruct the farmers to put them in a certain time, in a certain place, in a certain location. And I don't think it's going to be a central location. It's going to be wherever they are, because farmers usually work from sun up to sundown, and those seeds will be reversed. There'll be a reversal of their genetic modifications. And if they keep producing the seeds, he said, we'll keep modifying the seeds until they give up.
Mark,
Yes, Joseph.
you were wondering why the world leaders will be dragged into this meeting. And I wanted to add my understanding to it.
Sure.
Because in
Sure.
my understanding, the soul is the unconditional observer.
Okay.
And we know the world leaders, the physicality of them won't come to Linz or don't want to get into a unit. But their soul is, in their position, they are quite weak where they are. Some of them have shackles with their physicality, and it's maybe one of the hardest position a human could be in a world leader position. And if their souls get the unconditional offer of balance, then every soul of them will accept it.
Very good.
Because it's some kind of missing energy if the physicality needs more and more and more and goes from one heavy situation to the next one. And I think this is what Mr. Keshe wanted to say with it, because the world leaders have to be balanced, because they have a responsibility, a very high responsibility. And if they are balanced, then maybe our situations on the world are getting balanced too. And I think it's over this soul connection that balancing gets offered directly to their souls. And I think every soul will take it.
Well, when they can meet their own souls and they can see a lot of the damages, the hurtfulness, other situations that they've created or caused to confirm their existence, I think, as Mr. Keshe has put it in the past, they'll come into some sort of working relationship, at least a start with it. Because it's going to be like that King Nebuchadnezzar in a way, where he had a dream and he saw a finger writing on the wall, and you can read that story in one of the books, but it'll be very similar, I think, to that, where they know it's not, well, it could be called judgment time, but again, no one else is going to judge them except their own souls. Gail has put in the chat, if we sign up for the 16th of December for €250, do we have to sign up and pay €250 for each following episode, such as the following Monday for addiction, etc.? I think yes, but I don't know for sure. We'll probably get more announcements in the next 2 Knowledge Seekers workshops or so on. But yes, the structure has to be supported. Over the next 1 to 2 years, he said, it would become free for everyone.
Hi, Mark.
No, Matt?
Oh,
Okay, Gail, and then is it Lisbeth? Okay,
Yes.
let's go with
I'm sorry.
Gail. Yeah, go ahead, Gail, and then Lisbeth.
all right, I'll finish.
Thank you.
Finish up.
No, take your
Um,
time.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just asking about, I did ask about the spending. The reason I'm asking, there is nothing in the store for any of those. You mentioned 5 different things, and there's nothing in the store
Correct.
indicating
Just
So
this
that's,
one, just the December, Friday, the 16th. That's in the store.
but then, okay, yeah, and then there are others that we're told that we can go into the rooms
Mhm.
for addiction and other things. So I because there's nothing showing, that means that maybe it's included as like a follow-up. I don't know, because he did mention in that one excerpt, he did mention the addiction and one other thing, I think it was.
Yeah, he said on the 16th of December, you can bring in that condition as well.
And then, but what about the Monday?
And
That's
then
what I
if
was
you want to go for Monday as well.
Yeah,
I'd like
okay.
to continue the tune-up, as they say. Sort of getting
Immediately.
tuned up, yes. And meeting
Yes.
your own soul and understanding more about your creation. I mean, we've never been offered, anyone has ever been offered anything like this.
No, it's beautiful.
Never. And
Now
yeah,
there's just one other thing. We were talking about internet. Do we have to have internet for Zoom? I mean, you can use data. You don't have to have a router and a Wi-Fi, but the data sometimes is a bit weak. So I don't know what area Diane is in, if it's a strong
mhm.
area for data
It
signal.
says having a Zoom account and signing in with it is a prerequisite for participation. It will be
Okay,
a closed Zoom session only for fully booked tickets, booking opened until 10th of December only. The ticket is non-refundable.
so that means then I understand that you have to have data for Zoom. Is that correct for
I don't know.
every?
What do you mean data for Zoom?
I mean, you have well, you can have a Wi-Fi. If I open my data account, okay, on my phone, for example, I can choose data usage or Wi-Fi, and it will take my out of my data account either way. So you can buy smaller amounts for data usage and maybe be able to afford it that way, because sometimes a data account, although I do have an excellent one, actually I have 3, because everything falls away now and then. You know,
Yes.
you need to have, unfortunately, 2 service providers. Like I have MTN and Vodacom, for example. When one fails, most of the time I can get the other one. And
Right,
you know,
and we've
during,
seen that in the classes as well. You're very persistent in dropping out and coming back
yes.
in, and apparently the bandwidth or something or the provider is not totally cooperating, but you always seem to make it back with your
Well, it's
connection.
load shedding actually that causes a lot of the problem. When they turn off the electricity in certain areas, that could be the provider for me, even though my area may still have electricity. So that's why I have 2 separate accounts.
Mhm.
And hopefully the other one won't be cut off at the same time.
And as Mr. Keshe said, we're going to be moving into Telegram, could be very rapidly.
Okay, that would be good.
Mhm.
Hopefully
So,
it will work.
the Zoom accounts and everything else, well, they're active now, but apparently he said the Telegram is much better suits our needs. It's much more flexible, probably a
Mhm.
little more secure. I think he had mentioned that in the past as well.
Mhm.
And again, I don't know all the details, but a Zoom account right there, signing in, prerequisite for participation, at least in
Yeah.
the first or second meeting.
So I think we need to clarify for Diane if she does need a data account, or if she can buy like a chunk of data
Mhm.
to go through. And I don't know, again, she would have to check the
She seems to
availability.
be pretty stable most of
Yes,
the
she
time.
does.
Yes. Yeah.
But it's a computer, so I don't know what her needs are. So that would be something that we need to clarify for other people too.
Okay. Randy has put something in highspeedinternet.com/resources/Zoom. Thank you, Randy.
For the average user, Zoom consumes nearly 900 megabytes of data in a 1 hour video call. That's almost
Wow.
1 gigabyte of data in just one Zoom call.
But it's not
So
going
that's
to be
an
a video, I don't think. It's going to be just listening.
Yeah. So this is, I think this is the thing. This is why I put the article up. You have to read it. So it's quite interesting to which, if there's video or audio.
Mhm.
So again, like, you know, you have to figure out exactly what plan you have, because some companies, their data plan can, I forgot to shut data off from my phone the other day and it consumed $100 in 10 minutes. So you gotta be very
Oh,
careful what you
Gosh.
do.
Yeah.
yeah, that's why I took out
Okay.
a package.
Good to
So,
know.
yeah, and so he's saying if you have the video on, so that's why we were told to you know, when you sign in, to make sure that you choose video off, or I forget what the words are. And yeah, I do use a lot of gigabytes, but so far I haven't run out yet. Okay, well, thank you, Randy, for that. I'm going to look it up just now.
Mhm. Thank you.
Thanks.
Lisbeth also says, thank you, Randy. Thank you, Gail and Randy. Elias, well, Lisbeth was next. Could she come in, Elias, and then you'll follow her?
I'm sorry. It's about the Gail question. I remember when you inside the enhancement unit, you
Yes.
take like all the time inside it, then link it with the enhancement unit. And maybe day by day, you change it, change the condition.
Are you saying that if I feel a connection?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, link it all the time. Link it. Have the connection permanently. Connection.
Okay.
For that
Mhm.
reason, maybe it's for that reason, Mr. Keshe talked before June 6th, Mr. Keshe say, I need all community inside the unit because need give all knowledge from all communities for receive it, for give the universal enhancement. And when you go to the moon or go to the other seat, please, you can take the knowledge and give the enhancement unit too.
Okay, I get you.
The first time you need give
A good
your knowledge.
And Gail, you said you've reported that you felt a strong connection to Linz, even emotional connection, where you've sort of teared up or something. You felt a very strong connection directly to Linz. Is that true?
True. Yes, that's what we were talking with Jacko about.
Mhm.
Mhm. Yes, that's true.
And as he said, you're getting connected to the soul of the creator, or a connection to the creator through Linz. He doesn't need millions of systems to accomplish this. He needs one system, which will be enough, which will envelop this planet in the spaceship of the fields, or of the,
Yeah.
yeah. And we're all become its passengers.
It's just that we just have to have the intention of connection, I think.
Yeah.
Wanting.
It's a simple process. It sounds a very simple process. Again, they're just creating the framework, the envelope, and your soul will do the work. You'll generate the fields of what you needed, or pinpoint what's needed. It'll show you. And then you have to go into that energy, apparently, and come out of that energy somehow. But it only takes a millisecond for the soul to do its work, if it decides to do its work at that point in time.
Or maybe it builds.
Mhm. Yeah,
Building.
and you know, many people were asked to come back to the Linz Center, and Mr. Keshe didn't charge them a second session. So we'll have to see, but the foundation does need support. So at this point in time, I think if you can, you should pay the fee. And you won't even
Definitely.
get in unless you do pay the fee. This is a closed, and only people that have paid will be there.
And then the other one that I was worrying about, I wanted to put actually
You're
probably about
worrying?
yeah, well, no, let me rephrase. I'm thinking and I'm intending to pay for those two little boys, but then you have to choose between the one or the other. So if they don't accept us for the 300 euros to go on the 16th, then can that be sent to the boys? I'm
Sure.
just wondering,
Sure.
not
Good.
refundable.
Sure.
Yeah.
But I
Or
think
do we
everyone
wait
will
for the
be
next?
everyone will be accepted, whether they're a knowledge seeker, they just heard about the foundation, they've been
Yeah.
around the foundation, everyone will be accepted. He said, we're not going to
Mhm.
ask any questions, just come in.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yes,
Thanks.
thank you, Gail. Thank you for all your participation and
Everything we
you
all
do.
try. So
Mhm.
we're all blessed to have each other, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
thank
we're
you
very
very much.
privileged. Lisbeth, any more, or could we go to Elias? I know Elias put something in here. Go ahead, Elias.
He's hopping up and down.
Okay. Let's see. Go ahead, Elias, where your mic is open.
Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Yeah, basically, I just want to address the issue that Gail brought out. You can use Zoom over your Wi-Fi on your cell phone. You don't necessarily have to use your data plan. The reason for that is because Zoom runs over IP, and IP is IP, right? You can imagine IP as the ocean. You go to swim, and you swim in the ocean, and the ocean contains water. You can take that water and put it in the pool, and you can take a dip. So there's no difference there. Zoom will work right over IP. And so you can use it over your Wi-Fi. You don't necessarily have to use your data plan. The other thing that I want to point out is the settings on your phone. I uploaded 2 little pictures, and you can just go ahead and have a look at them. You can download them to your computer or to your smartphone, and then you can make the adjustments. That's all you really need to do. And it'll take care of any disturbances, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you.
Thank you, Elias.
Now, everybody has different phones. There's the Apple iPhone and the standard Android phones. They're very similar. I don't have an Apple phone. I have an Android. So you just look for notifications, and then under that, it'll be do not disturb, and just turn that on, and you should be okay. So any calls coming in from outside, someone trying to phone you, or someone trying to text you, or someone trying to contact you via Telegram, et cetera, it'll turn off the sounds, and it'll turn off the notifications. So you will not be disturbed.
You don't have to do that separately in Telegram?
No, you don't have to, because all the apps running in the background anyway. So if someone tries to call you on Telegram, well, you're gonna hear the call. But if you turn the do not disturb on, they will not be able to disturb you, and that's exactly what you want to do. So under notifications on the Android phones, in this example, it's a Galaxy, it's a Samsung. But they're all more or less the same. Just look for notifications and then select do not disturb, and then you should be okay.
Now, what about all the other apps running in the background? Do they have to be turned off? He said, make sure all your traffic is shut off in the background, or apps are shut off other than Zoom. Is that the idea? I know sometimes when I turn off apps, it said it will affect other apps' performance.
No, the apps basically, unless you've opened them, if you haven't opened them, they're there. The ones that are called communication apps, like for example, Telegram, and there's WhatsApp, TikTok, those communication, Twitter, for example, all those apps run in the background. They're always active. Okay. So the only way to turn them off is really, like I showed, do not disturb. enable your do not disturb, and then essentially what it does, it shuts off the mechanism by which they actually try to ring you. That's all you need to do. They're still running. You can't turn them off. Well, there is a way to turn them off, but I wouldn't advise you do that because there's no reason to do so unless they cause some issue by hanging up your phone or something really, really serious. So most users typically will not turn them off unless you're a technician and you have to turn it off for some very, very, very special reason. Sure. All you need to do, it's very simple, go to notifications, select do not disturb, and voila, you're done. Nothing more to worry about.
Now in the chat, Mr. Keshe, talk is more better cable headphone, not wireless. That's your understanding as well, Elias?
Yes, a wired headset is the ideal because you have the minimum amount of what do you call it, interference. You have to realize that Bluetooth has interference because the mechanism by which it works, it is a very, very large frequency emission spectrum. So those signals that are emitted by the Bluetooth may cause interference. So your best bet is to put a wired headset with a 3.5 millimeter jack. You've seen that, right? Those little 3.5 millimeter jacks. Now, some phones don't have them. I know the new iPhones don't have a
separate
audio
jack, right?
Yeah. So with those, you just put the earbuds. It should be okay, I think.
Well, what I did was, oh, go ahead.
Sorry. In the test we did with Rick, it works also with a Bluetooth headset.
Yes, for the most part, it should work. It should work. Yes. There are some situations where you may get interference. I wouldn't worry about it. Use whatever you have, basically. If you have an iPhone, and I think the new iPhones, the Bluetooth has been optimized to minimize interference. So I don't think you're going to have any problem. The only problem may be if you have a very old phone or your headset is sort of like a lower quality headset where the Bluetooth is extremely noisy. You may run into issues there, but use whatever you have. I think it should be okay.
Right, and what I've done is just there's a little C connection to a 3.5. It's only about 3 inches long. It's a C connection into your charger, and then you would plug your headphone into that. So it plugs, my phone does not have a separate port. So I was wondering, how could you use headphones other than the Wi-Fi or Bluetooth? But the way you do it, and you can buy one for charging and you can use your wired headphones with it. But the one I have is just plugs into the charging port, and then you plug your headphone into the round connector. So it's called a C to a 3.5 millimeter headphone jack, C connection.
Yeah, that wouldn't cause any problem because it converts it into direct audio through the main signal, and you shouldn't have any problem. It's like having a native audio jack on your phone, and that'll work very, very well.
Right. I mean, are we going to buy headphones for each individual seed in China? I don't think so.
Yeah, use whatever you have. I think he did mention it to leave the microphone on. Correct. So we can get a feedback. So we can get this. It's like a MagRav, right? You receive and you send. And so with the microphone on, they're going to be able to receive as well. So make sure your microphone is turned on.
So even though you're not saying anything into the microphone, somehow your soul is providing feedback through that microphone back to the system in Linz.
That's my understanding.
Same way you're receiving it.
They may ask us initially to turn our microphones off so there's no disturbance, and then they'll instruct us to turn them on if they need to be turned on. So we'll have to wait for instructions. I'm just assuming that at some point we may need to turn them on, but I don't know for sure. We'll just wait for instructions.
Right. Thank you for clarifying that on the settings, and the do not disturb is the key. It sounds
I
like.
have another question.
Oh, go ahead.
And that is, For instance, for a young handicapped child who will not keep a headset on her head, I was thinking would it be possible can you actually just simply use the cell phone and lay it next to her in her bed while she's sleeping? Because Mr. Keshe said with animals, you could just put them in a box and put the phone or the headset in there with them.
Yeah.
So I was just wondering if that might be possible, even just with a phone, because it has a speaker and audio.
Yeah. It does sound that way, and that's what he told Rick, just because Rick was saying, how am I going to put the headphones on the cat? He said, just put him in a box. Confine him in that box, and then leave your head probably with the speaker on.
The headset or
No,
the phone?
the phone itself. But again, I'm not sure. We'll hear more.
If you have a headset, I would rather use the headset because the headset is stereo. It'll create a field between the left and the right. When you have that field, I think that's going to be much, much superior than using a smartphone, because the smartphone doesn't have dual channel. It's a single channel. So you're not going to create a very good field with that. So if you have a headset, just put the headset near the child and crank up the volume, and I think you should be okay.
Okay, the volume of the silence. Yes.
Lisbeth, will the child accept funny things like little ears on the headset to make her feel like she's... No, they won't accept.
No.
Okay.
No.
Just a thought. And Elias, you mentioned turning off the apps where it says none. And what about our Zoom? Because Zoom is one of our apps. Although I get mine from my web page. I get it from the web page.
Are you using a smartphone for the Zoom, or are you using your computer? You're talking about your smartphone, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
and
just
my phone is old and it doesn't have the hardware for the new, although it's got everything up to date, but I'm just not sure if I can use it. I think it's going to be okay.
If you're able to use Zoom on your smartphone, you should be okay. I wouldn't worry about it. Notifications doesn't affect Zoom at all. It doesn't affect any app. What it does, it just turns off people that try to call you, whether it's a cell phone that's trying to call you, whether it's a Telegram trying to call you, whether it's some other app, TikTok, whatever you have. It just removes that feature which actually rings you. That's all it does. So it allows all the apps to operate normally without disturbing you. That's all it does. You don't need to really worry about it.
Mm-hmm. And otherwise, then we try to turn them off. Well, I don't use WhatsApp. I'm not into too much social media, but the Telegram definitely, so that will not disturb.
Yeah, it'll still be running in the background. You can't turn it off unless you force it to quit, but I would not do that unless there's a valid reason to do that. I wouldn't do that. Just don't worry about it. Just turn on your notification. Turn off your notifications, do not disturb, and you're done. Nothing else to worry about at all.
Thank you very much.
Unless there's something else that needs to be done, and they will, of course, get in touch with us. If there's further things we have to do, we'll just have to wait for them to contact us and give us a better picture of what they're looking for. And if there are any adjustments that need to be made, they will get back to us.
Okay, I do know how to force quit, but it's a huge job because there's so many. Okay, so I'll try the notification and do not disturb because it sounds so much easier.
Yes. He's trying to make it as simple and as effective as possible for all of us to enjoy the gifts. Okay, it's just after 9 p.m. CET time, and of course, every day the Universal Council has called, along with Mernez, who I think initiated it, was that we have a moment of silence for as long as you like to elevate the world leaders and so on. So we're going to coordinate this Dome of Peace here, our moment of silence for 5 minutes, with the joining with the Universal Council and all those who participate in that. And of course, there's the daily intentions in Brazil, I think that's at 1 a.m. and on Wednesday at 6 p.m. CET time is the elevation of the souls and lints and the world leaders and so on. And of course, as Mr. Keshe said, just don't do it once a week, do it all the time or ask your soul. So let's join with the Universal Council and our creation of the Dome of Peace. And Mr. Keshe thanked everybody, I think it was last week, because he said the GANS waters you've released have helped us to make that connection. So you're laying down wires in a way, but in a plasmatic way. These little magrevs, he says it's making our system connect very rapidly and quite completely. So we continue to release the GANS waters. Anyone else before we go to this short part here, and then we'll move into Alex's teaching. All right, let's see if this starts. And again, this is the first step in creating the Dome of Peace.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I will
With a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but it says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
So we were all wondering how spraying GANS water would really affect things, but it's connecting the system together, the satellites, the system. He thanked everyone for continuing to release the GANS water. So that's the first part, something to do for the physicality. And I believe, yes, John.
I've got another interesting question.
Go right ahead.
I couldn't hook my microphone, but now I've managed it.
Yes, sir.
I've got a cell phone. I've got a number, but that's when I bought it to go over to Mexico. But I haven't been paying a monthly fee, so I've got the number, but I don't have a connection. I only receive calls or messages through it. Does that make a difference?
John, I don't know.
No, I know. Elias knows.
Okay, maybe he
does
has
your
a
phone
comment?
Does your phone have Wi-Fi?
Yes, I'm using it here at home. Now, if I'm elsewhere, well, I haven't got the foggiest idea because I don't use a phone.
You should be okay because the Zoom will operate over Wi-Fi. It'll also operate, as I mentioned earlier, over your data plan. In both cases, they use Internet Protocol, IP. It's like the ocean that I referred to. It'll work both ways, so don't worry about it.
And maybe you should try to connect this week, John.
Yeah, well,
and practice with it in the classes and so on, and make sure everything is functioning the way you want it to be.
In fact, I got in touch with Raphael today, and I'm sort of ironing out the problems of sending the money because we can't get hold of euros or dollars here. So I can work with Brazil in their money.
Yes, anyone locally in Brazil can pay to the Brazil.
Yeah, Raphael does. They've got a firm that's working with Keshe Foundation.
And of course, I believe Iran will be the same way, and China will be. You can pay to the Keshe Foundation in China, pay to the Keshe Foundation in Brazil, pay to the Keshe Foundation in Iran. All the rest will be routed into the main website of the store.
Thank you, Elias. And thank you, Mark.
John. Okay, so let's coordinate this with the Universal Council's wish of the 9 p.m. And we have some Brazilians here, which will support us in this endeavor as they're very used to daily intentions, Wednesday meeting as well to do the same function. And they've been very consistent in the meeting and doing this on a regular basis. And we thank the Brazilian team for all the elevation and support that they give all of us on a weekly basis. So thank you very much. So this is the first part, as we said, Mr. Keshe said it every Sunday. Again, you would think, how could waters do this? But these are very special waters. And this is the way you connect. Apparently, the systems are taking advantage of the waters you've sprayed, even though we think they've evaporated or they're not there anymore, and so on and so forth. But they're still existing, and they're providing some sort of, we would call wire, but it's obviously wireless and through the plasma that it's connecting. Now we'll go to the second part of the Dome of Peace. I don't know if anyone would like to read this. Shweta usually does for us. So let's let her take it away. Thank you, Shweta.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Empty Keshe.
Okay, so we've come together in inner calmness and peace. Now let's take 5 minutes and we'll practice spreading the fields of our soul to bring about and create the conditions that we want created. And again, 5 minutes of silence for the elevation of the souls of the 5+1 peace negotiators. The soul of the International Atomic Energy Agency, all souls working for peace in Vienna, the soul of humanity, the soul of world leaders and religious leaders of planet Earth. And we'll start now. Now that was very easy. We didn't move, we didn't change our position, but we reached and we touched many across this planet. And I think that's what's going to happen once we learn how to connect to the system in Linz. You will become that satellite. As Mr. Keshe said, by connecting to Linz, you're connected to the creator. And if you're a satellite soul and somebody comes to you with a withered hand or a withered leg, you may be able to direct them to call into Linz, or perhaps you yourself will connect directly to Linz and provide them instantaneously with what they need. This is what I'm thinking, similar to what Christ did in the way he did it, but we'll be able to bring relief or elevation of a soul just by our understanding how to connect to Linz, be firmly connected, and then just elevate that other soul who's asking for help. And this would probably be the way it works in the universe as well. And then eventually we'll be weaned off this system assist or connecting to a system. As he said, you don't need a system. We just need to learn how to operate our own souls. And that's for each one of us to learn how to do, as we're all the same, but we all have different issues that we're dealing with in our lives. And once we learn this connection and we clean up different things in the package that needs to be cleaned up, we'll be transmuting, we'll be moving around this planet. And as Mr. Keshe said, the fun has just begun. So I'm sure the world leaders are sensing and feeling that they're sort of being coddled or prompted to change in a way. So we're sort of tickling them or knocking at the door and say, it's time for a change on this planet. And as Mr. Keshe said, he's going to bring them in one way or another. And there's no hiding place on this planet, whether you're deep in an underground base or you're behind the cement walls, there'll be no hiding anywhere in the matter state. They know where all the souls are, and they'll bring them in as they desire to. They have the technology. So we will start to see the changes. More and more of us start to elevate each other, elevate all the souls on this planet. We don't understand it totally, and I know he's been saying that for a long time, but I think we're coming into understanding more and more about our own beauty, our own grace, and our own creation. So thank you all for participating on a regular basis. And again, you can ask your soul to do it all the time. Thank you all. Would anyone like to add anything at this point? Jacko, I see your mic is open, or maybe it just came open.
No, I just would like to remind you that this week, tomorrow evening, Marie will come to Linz. I will pick her up at the airport. And on Tuesday, we will try to be on the One Nation, One Planet, One Race together with Marie, with Andreas, maybe Dean will be there, and me, so we can broadcast maybe together from the UNO Center.
Excellent.
And on Wednesday, 10 o'clock Central European time, we will, Marie and me, we will be in the system. And I would like to invite everyone to connect on a soul level, to make what happens stronger as a group. And I know we can do much, much more if we connect together. And I invite you all to be there. 10 o'clock is on the morning, AM, Central European time, on Wednesday.
Jacko, I'm not sure exactly where I saw, but it did mention 12 noon somewhere.
Oh, no, that was the Friday session. I think you're thinking of Gail. He's talking, he's actually going to Linz tomorrow, or he's there now.
I am there, yes.
Yeah, and Marie is going to be there. So he's saying at 10 a.m. Is it 10 a.m.?
Yes, on Wednesday.
CET
during the reactor
time.
group.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
We can
So I
do the
invite you to
27th.
connect.
can we use the 27th of July? Remember when we listened to Rick's reactor group when Mr. Keshe came in?
Well, I don't know the exactly plan that Mr. Keshe will do with us, but we are Universal Council. We are there to represent. We are there to connect, and you can connect to us. You know, on the soul level. And if we do that together, I cannot say what will happen. It's a surprise to me too, but it feels very good to do what we do together.
Oh, I'd love that. Thank you.
And this is 10 a.m. on Wednesday. The reactor group starts at 7 a.m. on Wednesday.
Exactly.
Okay, we'll remind Rick if he's not aware of it.
I think he's not till now.
Okay, we'll have a time. Well, we'll let him handle that.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jacob, for the invitation. I can change the topic.
Of course.
What is your opinion or about the blue lights put at the many streets of the world? Because many people share the videos. They came. I don't know what happened about the lights. Blue lights.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You not see the videos? The people take a. I intend find one.
Are you talking with the street lights?
Yes, street blue lights across the whole world. But the people say it's not good
LED.
because
Yeah.
that's blue.
Yeah, no, I'm
you
not familiar with that. And we could ask Mr. Keshe. That would be a beautiful question for he may not be aware of it either. You're saying that they're changing the lights to some sort of LED light?
Yeah, but the blue lights.
But a blue light, okay.
Yeah, and when the people find in the Google, say the blue light is different frequency like the others, but maybe it's for that reason the people take, I don't know what happened.
Well, they like
ultraviolet,
to.
Mark, it's ultraviolet light.
Okay.
And it's harmful.
I see.
Oh, yeah, that's why they sell them now. If you look at your LED light bulbs, they sell them warm or white. I always buy warm, and it doesn't disturb me as much.
I know Mr. Keshe said that because the LED, we used to get a lot of energy from our incandescent lights in our home, where they would be burning 75 watts or now 50 watts. But with these new LED, we're receiving less energy than we used to receive. And that energy was, in a way, for the body. The body took that energy in and gave itself energy, as I understand it. Now with the LEDs, the amount of energy that you're absorbing from your inside lighting is much, much less than it was before. I think they use 10 times or more less energy than an incandescent bulb.
They also provided good heat.
Yeah, you could cook something with them. But you can't
and then
afford
if you're
to
going to
operate
buy
them.
LED, if you're going to buy LED ones, get the ones for plants. If they're good for plants, they have to be good for humans.
You would think. Yeah, I don't know much about that topic, but I know they were, Mr. Keshe didn't want to address the 5G or the G6 or G9, but he said eventually we'll have 2 cell phones. I know he had talked about that in the past. We may not need that now, but 2 cell phones, and you'd be able to create things with this G9 and G10 when they get to that point.
I remember when you're talking about the plasma in the elevator, the energy with the soul, like a plasma is the same color. Energy is the same color.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe that's a good relation, but maybe no.
Yeah, well, they always want to put more things out there to kind of frighten people. Not that I'm saying, but the fear, they need to seem to keep this fear up, and this fear paralyzes you. More than an LED bulb would probably do. Again, I don't understand it all. But it just seems, again, it's probably more of an energy saving feature. I know the towns, municipalities don't really pay for energy, I don't believe, but they are trying to save some, I think. Even CERN has shut down, I guess, for the winter. Under this idea, we have to save energy. So that may be part of it. And probably somebody has a large contract, so they're going to deliver them and put them in. And I know they talked about this with 5Gs, and Mr. Keshe was asked if it, and he said, not really had any bad effect. We've heard that a lot. So again, it's probably more fear mongering. I don't know for sure. I don't know exactly what Lisbeth is talking about, but changing light bulbs in the street lamps. Okay. Thank you for bringing it to our attention.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else have a comment before we go to Alex? I know you needed an hour and a half. I think we've given you 2.5. Hopefully you're ready. I can play the disclaimer if you'd like. Let's see if there's anyone here. I'm just going to look through the participants list. Okay, I saw. Oh, go ahead.
I'll be ready.
Okay, is Ciro, are you been around the Keshe Foundation? It looks like you have a beautiful spiral galaxy there. Are you somebody we know? I don't remember seeing the name. Would you like to tell us who you are, where you're from?
He must be the Peruvian who does the translation for
Okay.
the Spanish group.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, John. Welcome, Ciro, if I'm pronouncing your name correctly.
Ciro.
Ciro. Thank you. Okay, Alex, I think you're ready to begin. So let's see if we can play the disclaimer. And we'll just turn it down a bit.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And now let's welcome Alex Skorik with a big round of applause from our souls. You may hear it or you may not hear it. And thank you, Alex, for continuing to share with us all the knowledge that you understand. Sometimes we're all at different levels, and for me, it's not always that easy to get the full understanding, but I know it comes through as well on the soul level. So thank you so much for your dedication and your service to the community. We welcome you.
Well, thank you very much for those words in the introduction, Mark. And again, as per usual, you've launched this program excellently, and I commend you for that. So please confirm audio and video is a-okay.
Check, check. We see your screen. And
You
your
know what?
voice is fine.
You know what else? I see my screen.
Well, you
Oh.
should see your screen.
I know, and that's. But anyway, it has been. I've been doing quite a bit of work, so to
Oh,
try
with
and
the
get this thing
systems?
organized. Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, I see
and,
you're here on 3 different systems today.
Yeah, and maybe we have to get a fourth one. We'll have to see, because we are talking about the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute and the teachings of Marin Tevakoli Keshe. And I want to welcome everybody to the North American session here. It's the scope has gone beyond that. If it wasn't for the international community, this meeting would not be as strong as it is. It's a very powerful meeting. And I thank you all for being here on this beautiful Sunday afternoon, and gives us another chance to talk in different terms, shall we say, more of a layman's type of terms, and try and make heads or tails.
Wasn't that beautiful? The clip that I played, Mr. Keshe didn't go into anything that was hard to understand or rough to, I mean, we didn't understand it all, but all the words he used were just basic words we all know and understand. So he's trying to be as forthcoming as he can for us to understand what's actually going on here. Thank you, Alex.
You're exactly correct. And there's many ways to teach, and everybody has their own way, but we have to have this understanding. And so we've been trying to condense all these hours of teaching into the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. This is plasma science. We've advanced to the Advanced Earth Space series. This is a new series beginning with Legends. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada, and this is December the 4th, 2022, the 10th month of the year. And this is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So welcome one and all. As I say, this is advanced Earth space, but it's actually basic. And so we call it basic advanced series. But we started with the advanced teaching series, went to understanding, knowing, insight. And we got it kind of left off at the basic outer space series on June the 19th. And we came to the end of the intermediate Earth space last week, and we had to come to the crossroads. What are we going to do this week? And we have to understand Earth space in order for us to understand outer space. And the problem, of course, is that Earth space was here before us. And so all we have is a reference for our existence as man space on this Earth space. And everything that we know about this Earth space is wrapped up in legends. And that's the topic today, legends. And so what are these legends that, has been the foundation of our belief system and our science system? And so all these ages, and I do mean ages, and let's just put a number on it and say over 12,000 years, but it's been more than that. Anyway, it's the search for outer space. But, we've always wanted to do more with less. And so now we're doing a lot with the least. And we're always looking for that little piece of the spinning pie in the sky. And it's that little tiny red dot in the bottom right-hand corner we call man's universe. And in man's universe is that Earth space. And then, of course, inside that Earth space is our space. And so all of this has come from somewhere. And so we discussed that in book number 1, the source. which is the universal order of the creation of matters, right? You have to have matter to have matter. Matter makes matter. But what makes the matter? And so we had in book number 3, The Origin of the Universe. And so we find that there's a soul that makes the matter. And this is the reason we're belaboring this subject, you see, because there's a link. There's a link from the source to the soul, and there's a link from the soul to the source. And this link is the structure of light in book number 2. And it has to do with the speed of light. And so we found many anomalies in that particular discussion. And the reason for that is because there's so many people from Missouri, you see, where they say seeing is believing. And how can you believe in that phantom pie in the sky when there's no substantial existence? But it is a phantom pie because it's apparent to the senses. So it's not that you don't know what it is. You know something is going on, but you can't explain it. And it's, if it's your duty to explain it, then by all means. But if it's beyond your education or understanding, then you depend on other people. So you just become a satellite, and maybe that satellite is that pie in the sky, but you know, sometimes satellites become spaceships. And so do satellites have to orbit the Earth? Do satellites have to travel between the planets? Or are we already dream satellites where we can walk on the ground and dream in the sky? And then we can see that there are other dimensions. And so now we've come to the question, well, which one of these dimensions is the reality dimension? And unfortunately, we keep asking more questions as we're trying to answer, because every time we answer a question, we expose 5 more questions. And today's question is, what time is it? And, you know, we laugh when we've had cuckoo clocks, but, you know, like seriously, folks, who keeps track of astrological ages? I mean, if you look at the watch on your hand, it counts minutes, hours, seconds. Who counts 2,160 years? Oh, what time is it now? Oh, well, it's 1/4 Aries. Okay. Well, I'll see you next week. Well, maybe 1,500 years from now. Who keeps track of that? And why is that number so significant? Because it refers to the astrological ages as it refers to the Earth, and we have 12 astrological ages. And interestingly, if we take 2160 and divide it by 6, we come up with 360 degrees. 360 degrees, well, that makes sense because that's the number of degrees in that circle of pi that we keep talking about. And we find that historically, we have had some calendar legends. So we can't even agree on calendars, because one of the cuckoo clocks that we had was we had a year with 360 days. That kind of makes sense, right? And so we broke it up into 10 months. You have 5 fingers on the left hand, 5 fingers on the right hand. That's 10 fingers. Yeah, 10 months. 10 months is good, 36 days per month. So that kind of explains why December is the 10th month. But then we look at today and we have 365 days in that same year. And from somehow we've gotten into 12 months. And we can't even have the same number of days per month. What kind of confusion is that? And then we also have a leap year. Is that the pie? Is that the pie that we're looking for? Is that extra 5 days and that little bit extra, that leap, is that pie that we're looking for? So we find, the September is the 9th month, and the 12th month is December. And we're okay with that. No wonder we got some problems. And then we try and figure out these continental legends. We all hear these stories beyond the continents that we have. North and South America, Europe, Asia, Africa, we all know them. Australia, and the one we probably know the least about is Antarctica. But we've heard of Lemuria and we've heard of Atlantis. Well, where are they? And when were they? And before we'd even discuss that, these are all continental legends on that legendary planet. Oh, we call it Earth. Yeah, oh yeah, that's our planet. That's that sentimental pie in the sky we've been looking for. And we know where it is because it's not Venus and it's not Mars. And so we've come to this point, this legendary point, where there's a bountiful creation and it's made us bounty hunters. But could it be that we are the bounty hunted? And who is doing this hunting and why are they doing this hunting? And so there are many legends. And so we want to use these next 6 weeks to get rid of these legends or try and sort it out somehow in light of the new plasma science, you see, because we all have a selfish motivation, and that's our space. We call it man space. And so now we've been able to figure out that man space involves a plasma space and a physical space and this space in between. And so they all have different energy levels, and we can move from one energy level to another. But, we always want to do it our way, and our way is the hard way. So we always wanted to do the physical way because we're on a physical planet. That's why we came here. But how can you come here to Earth space if it wasn't here? And was it here always? And so when did we come? So we're not exactly sure what time we came here. But, the thing is, we came from some reality dimension. And what we discussed previously is that outer space is not a place, it's a method of transfer of this energy from dimension to dimension. And so we say that energy is in motion. And if energy is in motion, how do we capture this energy? Or how do we share this energy? Or how does it move around? And so we don't know the answer to that question. So we ask a simpler question than our very favorite question. Here it comes again. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? And it's always the same answer. Neither one. Neither one. You have to have a place to come to. And if there's no planet, don't worry about the chickens or the eggs. And don't worry about the man space either. So in the beginning, really, there's a plasma. And so when people ask you, what is a plasma? You have to explain it's a kind of energy state. And there are different energy states. And we're going to itemize them later on. So it all depends on your point of view, you see. So what we're saying is we have to understand our Earth space to be able to find our inner space. And so that becomes the key to the gateway to outer space. And this is pretty important. I mean, that's one of the most important things that we can do on this planet, which is why we got here. And knowing why we got here is important. And so if important is not important, well, then nothing's important. And that's the rule. But everything is important because the energy states increase or decrease by at least an order of magnitude where the higher energy feeds the lower energy. And this is the thing, the higher energy is always feeding the lower energy. So there's always some kind of manifestation, and either it's natural creation or natural decay. But we have a unique characteristic with the sun where it's catalytic or non-consuming. It transfers the energy unconditionally. And it does this at an extremely higher rate. And we can do transfer energy at a higher rate as well. And when you do it at a higher rate, you also do it at a faster rate by many orders of magnitude. And they all follow the same rules. Plasma absorbs the field, and plasma is a barrier of the field. And what kind of fields are we talking about? We're talking about energy fields. But there's an overriding rule, and we don't like talking about that one, and that is the ethos of the universe. Because that's the ticket to outer space. So we can discuss basics like the speed of rotation, and we see that the speed of rotation affects the field strength. And we can see that the energy states can transcend multiple energy states. There's no rule to say you have to go from one state to another. So I guess you could say you could fall down the stairs, or you can jump off the higher floor. One way or the other, you're going to get to the ground. And so we all got here. The question is can we leave? And so we've tried many things to do that, but we failed to understand the basis of the creation of the universe, right? Because we're here. The universe is here. Our Earth space is here. So don't worry about that, right? Who cares where it came from? Who cares what the universal order, the creation of matters came from? So we see that the matters came from energy. But this energy is always in motion. And so the direction of the motion is the charge. And if you have a direction or a charge, then you have to have a relationship to something else. And so that you find that you cannot extricate yourself from this universe. You're always in the universe. So therefore, you're always working in combination with something. The catch is we can work in combination with things in different dimensions, and we can work with things in combination with different energy levels. And then different energy levels within different dimensions. Well, how cool is that? Because you see, it all follows a sequence. So we now have choices on how to follow these sequences. So we can go the fast track or we can go the slow way. It all depends on our skills on being able to turn on and turn off the feeding of this energy, and this energy is constantly being fed. And if we capture this energy, then we can increase our strength. And if we fail to do that, we can decrease our strength. But it doesn't always have to mean a weakening insofar as a demise. It has to do with enhancing or diminishing to change your positioning. So understanding how we feed and how much we feed affects us with respect to our position. And now, with our added understanding, because we are in the advanced Earth space understanding, we are the last man standing, and we have choices. And why do you have to be the last man standing? Can't you depend on someone else? Well, the thing is that your existence is truly yours. So you need to make those choices. And understanding that you cannot extricate yourself from this universe means that you are part of this universe. So one of those choices has to be in how you accommodate others. You don't have to. You can be a loose harvester and steal energy from others. But don't ignore the penalty of the self-consumption that comes with it. You see, because then you're drawing the energy from the weakest source. The universal harvesting is self-enhancement, drawing energy from the highest source. And that's what the plasma science is all about. And it pulls you in. And this is really important. You have to be able to pull in. You have to bind a state of matter. But why draw the energy from the universe when you can steal it from your neighbor? Because this not only is stealing energy at the expense of others, but it's a reflection on your community. And you cannot extricate yourself from that community. You are part of that community. And if you're stealing from that community, are you stealing from yourself? Okay, so you're here. Now that you're here, things are going to be much better, right? Well, where exactly is here? Because really, in the beginning, there were no planets. The planets have to go somewhere. And if there's no sun, there's nowhere to go to there. So the sun has to be before the planets. Well, in the beginning, if there were no planets because there was no sun, then in the beginning there was no sun because there was no solar system. And the solar system is part of a bigger enterprise. So maybe we don't want to go that far into the beginning, okay? Let's just go to the sun level and say, okay, where's Earth? You know, because we're here and we're ready to get going. Well, you know what? There's a sequence. And so we find that when we look at the sequence of the planets, we see that Mercury came before us. Well, how's that possible? And where are we? When I say we, I'm talking about Earth space, you know, because that's our home. So where's our home? So it's not there yet. So therefore, Mercury came before us. And so there's a connection between the sun and Mercury to create Mercury. So that's a pretty basic combination. But that combination doesn't take into account other things, because why would Mercury want to come here? And did it have choices? It only stands to reason that if we had choices, well, Mercury would have choices too. So Mercury chose to come to the sun. So what happens, of course, is that before even Mercury got there, we said that energy is in motion, and energy is a charge in motion. So when the charges come together, they create a rotating field, and they increase speed, in the terms of rotation, not in terms of the energy flow, in terms of the rotational speed, and that in turn increases the strength of the field. And it is at that point that we brought Mercury in. So we started with a basic magnetical PM ticks, and these are the core components. And from the PM ticks, we created an atomic situation where we had the electron-proton combination. So the PM ticks became rays, so the rays are the PM ticks. And the thing is that these are either plasmatic or physical. And the reason for that is because the energy that's in motion is on every single dimension and every single dimension strength. The rules are the same, but there's a difference. Sometimes it's plasmatic and sometimes it's physical. And so now, fast forward a bazillion years, and we see that all the planets followed one by one, the way Mercury started. And they gathered up towards the sun, and they all have their own orbit, and they all have their own field strength. But what is interesting is that the outer planets tend to be more gaseous, and the inner planets tend to be more physical. And we kind of have this special characteristic where we're also kind of wet. But then we're wet and solid and gaseous, which is kind of unique because Neptune is also kind of liquidy. So it's gaseous and liquidy. But you know, this is beyond our ability to discuss this right now until we can travel there. And obviously, if our lifetime is, say, arguably 120 years, and we want to travel through the astrological signs of 2,160 years per sign, we just ain't going to get there. So the Keshe model of the nuclear decay shows how the neutron breaks down into an atom, and in the decay process releases these PM ticks. So from the one, we beget three. The PM ticks, the electron, and the proton. But the electron and the proton is the marriage, which we call the atom. And so within this, we have this twinity where we have the plasma of the electron is based on the speed of rotation of the magnetic field, which is transferred for the large twin plasma of the proton, where the higher field strength feeds the weaker field strength. And if we were to substitute the proton for the sun, and if we were to substitute the electron for Mercury, then I think we understand how the planets got started. And so what we don't see is the relationship that brought those energies together. We only see the manifestation. And so we know that there are rays that are emitted and the rays that are absorbed. So that only makes sense. There's a launch field, there's a landing field. What doesn't make sense is we don't know which one is which, and we don't know what's going on in between. And the reason for that is because we haven't specified the reference points. So it doesn't matter, for the purposes of the discussion, is to understand there's a here, there's a there, and there's an in between. And so when we look at the here and the there, It's not necessarily all in the physical spectrum, which we are familiar with. There's a plasmatic spectrum and a physicality spectrum. So we can go from a physical field to another physical field. We can go from a plasmatic field to another plasmatic field. And further, we can go from a plasmatic field to a physical field, and from a physical field to a plasmatic field. And that connection that we call the covalent bond dimension is the reality dimension. Because that's how the energy feeding packs flow. They follow a path. They follow a path of path link and susceptibility. And so they transcend all of these reality dimensions all over the place. And they contribute to the spice of life on this planet. And they discharge their energies in a dilution of the composite plasma charges on this planet. And there is a connection to the indomitable spirit and the default soul. And it all follows the basic rule of the higher strength feeding the weaker strength. And that's all we see. But we have to understand that these magnetical field forces involve attraction and repulsion, which we call magnetical and gravitational field forces. And maybe we understand them better as a feeding force and a feedback force, because we can enhance and diminish and turn on and turn off and increase or decrease the strength, right? And so all of these things have to do with the principal matter, which are the PM ticks and their magnetical feeding. So based on that, before there was Earth, there was the sun. And so the sun created magnetical feeding that created Mercury. But Mercury wasn't in the position that it's in now. Mercury came closer and closer to the sun over time. But not only, the field strength of the sun would also increase, wouldn't it? Because in order for Mercury to come, then there's a gravitational effect with the antimatter, dark matter, and matter gen, which is the convergence of the principal matter through the transition matter and converting into the plasmagen matter. And that creates a balanced field, which we call a maggrav. So at that point, Mercury becomes a maggrav condition. And that maggrav condition interacts with the source, in this case being the sun. And that creates a field interaction, which we call inertia. And so the maggrav condition is feeding back to the PM ticks feeding from the sun. And once that hits a certain level, things change. There's a positioning change. And so it creates an effect which brings the next planet. Is it our turn? Oh, no, it's Venus's turn. Venus is next. And so always we're saying, well, when two forces come together, but we're not saying which two forces. What we're just looking at is we see this flash, or maybe it's a glow, or it's just a shiny glitter or something. And if we don't understand it, we debate what we account for or what we discount for. But the bottom line is it profitable? And for some, is it a blast or is it bountifulness? And since we're talking about Earth space, it is bountiful. And so we see this reproduced in our homes, this exact science. We have a glass beaker that's made with silicone, and it's transparent. So it's solid, but it's transparent. And then inside we have the GANs, maybe zinc GANs, CO2, any kind of GANs. It doesn't matter. But what's important is that hole in the middle, because that hole is also transparent. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it's vanished. And you can't see it, but you can see the form artifact of it. And so if you're from Missouri and seeing is believing, then believe that something has caused that hole. And just because you don't understand or you don't accept the understanding doesn't change the fact that that hole is there. You see, because that hole is a rotating feedback of a feeding byproduct. And that's how we created the cups of life. And it was important, okay, because these cups of life produced ganses that were of a higher energy strength, higher energy level. And we used them as a way to feed us. And so we not only had the CO2 GANs, we had calcium GANs, copper GANs, zinc GANs, amino acid GANs, and water GANs, just to name a few. But, you know, depending on the cup of life, you can create anything. But if in this cup you look at, we have only 6 elements, then you understand in the enhancement units, we have over 400. I think you'll agree. If you had a tug of war between 6 and a tug of war against 400, I put my money on the 400 because there's more effect. And so we have the cup of inertia as well. And inertia with what? And that's our environment, the cup of Earth. Well, how can we have this inertia with the Earth if the Earth doesn't exist? Unfortunately for us, the Earth was here first. And so we got here after the Earth. And on this Earth, we learned something new, that we have cup of soul, cup of emotion, cup of physicality, fundamental things for us. And then we have the cup of inertia and the cup of the Earth. And they all work together. And each one has a magnetical field and a gravitational field and a soul. And then the collective has a magnetical field and a gravitational field and the soul. So if we just look at man space, here we have the cup of the soul, the cup of emotion, and the cup of physicality. And then we look at the earth space, and we add this earth space cup and the inertia cup, and we put it all together, and these become the feeding dimension. We didn't say what we're feeding with. We're just saying that this is all part of the feeding dimension, because you see, the earth is our home and the earth is providing, and the earth is bigger than us. So let's face it, the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. Well, getting back to what time it is, we have an interesting thing called Persian rugs. And the thing about these Persian rugs is that they have designs. And yeah, the designs are all different, but they have a common pattern. And the thing about this pattern is that that pattern is very, very similar between the Middle East and Middle America. But not only, but just saying. And the reason I point those two out is because there's this huge ocean in between these two positions. And I like these patterns. Modern homes don't usually have these patterns, not in North America anyway, but You know, these are very popular, they're very expensive, and you know, a lot of people want them. For me personally, we had one in our house when I was a child, and I like playing on the carpet because I followed these patterns. I didn't know what they meant. No one explained it to me. And I know my parents couldn't explain it to me because, well, actually, I had to explain that to them when I was an adult. But anyway, shh. So the point is that was very interesting. Now, if I were to have a carpet that had just one color, that wasn't so much fun. So the ones with the patterns were a lot of fun, and they had a lot of attention. And what am I talking about? What I'm talking about is these patterns represent the four seasons. Oh, these are educational tools, ways of conveying knowledge in a subtle way. So we have quadrants and we have steps. What are these steps? They kind of look like a DNA. Wait a second. How is it possible that in the Middle East and in Middle America, they have these same patterns? But the predominant ones in the Middle East are in carpets. And in the Middle America, it's on the clothing. And then when you look at the pyramids, they also have these steps. And so if you are looking at this pattern, it's only in 2 dimensions, but if you can think in 3 dimensions, you can see the helical spheres or the helical coils of the DNA, can't you? And the helical coil of the RNA. And so you can see from left to right that there is a figure 8. And from top to bottom, there's another figure 8. How is it possible that 2 different societies separated by an ocean have the same patterns? Maybe they're not Persian rugs after all. Maybe they're Atlantean rugs. So we can see how knowledge is kind of establishes a legend, and it's the way we educate our next generations. And it's kind of important to do it this way because if you also look at the history, we have a tendency to burn down our libraries. So now we have to look at and understand our Earth space better and understand that our Earth space rotates where the sun comes up in the east and sets in the west. But when we look at plasmatically, we have 2 hemispheric rotations rotating opposite to each other. So 2 plasma fields creating 1 physical field. And so we're trying to settle this anomaly between the soul and the soul of the body and the physical body. And this anomaly really is that the earth rotates but doesn't walk, but man walks and doesn't rotate. And man came to earth, but earth came first. And earth came to the solar system, but the sun came first. And even then we had a couple come in and gate crash Mercury and Venus came in before us. So, okay, well, Earth came in and it was just right. But was it just right when it came in? Or did it come in and then acquire a personality based on field strength? Because what we have now is something coming from something and manifesting into something else. And when it does that in physicality, it's called materialization. And so we looked at this materialization positioning on Earth, where not only did Earth have to come here before us, but all these minerals also had to depend on Earth coming first, right? The gold, the copper, and the oil didn't come here before the Earth. It came after the Earth. And so it didn't necessarily come with the Earth. Well, it didn't come with the Earth, you see, because the Earth was positioning itself with the sun. And then once it maintained that position or established that position, then the material could establish its position within that position. And so we find that these elements and minerals are location specific to within the Earth. And that's good because we're on top of the Earth. So we find that as the minerals are establishing their location within that field we call Earth space, maybe now we understand how Earth space managed to get its planet positioning within the solar system space. And again, you know, for a lot of people from Missouri, seeing is believing, but they don't believe it, even though they see it. And the reason they don't see it is because what they're looking at is a form artifact. They're not looking at the cause. They can't see the fields. And if they can't see the fields, why is that? Is it maybe because they don't want to see the fields? And then you say, well, why don't they want to see the fields? And then the argument goes back and forth, and so we have all this confusion. But you know what? You cannot deny the physical existence of our planet. Jump up and down a little bit and you'll see how good it feels to put your feet firmly planted on the ground. And think about how you would feel if you had your feet firmly planted in nothing. You wouldn't know which way is up. You wouldn't know which way is around, and you wouldn't have any target points and destination points, and what exactly would you do and where would you be? And so we find that all of this energy that's in motion is actually a two-way street. And so we established that our Earth has these two hemispheres and it's kind of wobbly and it's a unique characteristic and it's all this interaction. And so because of this binding energy that we started with that brought all these planets together systematically by sequence, so we find that each of these planets is binding energy. So does that mean we're running out of energy? Or is every planet having the kind of energy that it needs? Because it's absorbing this energy and then more keeps coming in. And as it keeps coming in, we attract more energy. But at some point in time, we have to stop the feeding and give it a feedback, because otherwise the Earth would be as big as Jupiter or even as big as the solar system. So we have to give the energy out. It's the giving of the energy out, the emission, the repulsion of energy, which is the builder, and which maintains the Maggrav condition between the emission and the absorption. And if we want to absorb more, then we have to give more. And in that process, we increase the field strength. And when we increase the field strength, we can elevate the energy level and also facilitate the energy paths, strengthen the energy paths. So this is a win-win situation. So to maintain this MAGRAV condition, we are constantly feeding. And in that process, we're getting fed. And from that, we get this bounty, this bountifulness that we have on this planet. So this planet itself is radiating a feeding. And then there's this feedback radiance that comes in because it has to maintain that MAGRAV condition. But this is an ongoing thing. So we operate the same way. And so by extension, the sun operates the same way. So through the process of the feeding radiance of the sun, it created the planets. And then from the planets, each planet created its own feeding radiance and feedback radiance to materialize its inner space spectrum. And so this spectrum becomes specific to that point. So in this case, we're talking about an Earth space point within an Earth space field. So to maintain that field, it goes on a polar axis. But to transmit that energy, it goes out horizontally. And so, as we said, energy is in motion, and energy is always working in combination. So where's this energy being transmitted to? Well, of course, it's feeding back to the sun, isn't it? Because the sun was feeding to us. That's how we got here in the first place. Or maybe, Mercury got here first, and then Venus got here, and then we got here. And, the good news is, well, we came in third place. But, we are the heavenly one. We're the best place, aren't we? And so this becomes the sun space point within the sun space field, right? So our Earth space is this point in the sun space field, and that's the relationship. And so the sun is radiating, and we are radiating. And there are other planets within the sun space field. So now what we have to understand is this dynamic plasma relationship, and we say when two fields come together or two forces come together, we are being extremely selective and extremely limited, because that's not the way the universe works. The universe is bountiful. So our positioning in the sun space field is not just determined exclusively by the positioning with respect to the sun, but we are between Venus and Mars. Hello. And Mars is between us and something else. So all of these have a relationship. So then the question becomes, well, how much do you take into account? And if you're bottom line oriented and say what is profitable, you really shortchanging yourself. You're kind of really missing the whole point about relationships, because you see the relationships are a balance between the magnetico-gravitational field forces, which create a MAGRAV condition. And so this is the scientific responsibility to understand this. And since we are all seeing is believing, we have to understand that there's a magnetic field and there's an energy field. And so there's a conservation of energy. And this becomes very, very important in understanding that some people want to do destruction. And say, well, if you are destroying things, then in reality, before you can destroy something, it has to be created. Okay? So we create something first, and then we can destroy it. But if we destroy that which we created, does that mean we destroy everything? Well, no, because the energy is all there. You can't destroy the energy. You can only destroy the form artifact of the energy. So you say, well, I've destroyed it because it was there and I saw it and now it's gone. So now I don't see it. So that's the extent of my scientific responsibility. And so where that stops is there are those who take on a spiritual responsibility. And they're saying, well, if you see it and you're supposed to believe it, but in fact you don't believe it, well, we have a solution for you. How about don't seeing and believe it? So now we're in a real quandary. Which is the right responsibility? And so you realize, as a last man standing, that the plasma science adds to the knowledge and adds to your responsibility and adds to the change in the attitude from being self-serving at the expense of others to being self-serving at the enhancement of others. And that's the difference between peace and prosperity and what we have today, which is a very sad state of affairs. And it's going to get worse because that's the direction that we're focused on. So at the rate that we're going, you can see that healing and damage are a two-way street. And if the healing is faster than the damage, then we will get better. But if the damage is faster than the healing, then we will get worse. And so we're at the point where we're getting worse. But we're in the post-September 22nd era. And now we can change the balance. And so we have increased the strength of the feeding radiance. And by extension, increase the strength of the feedback radiance. And by extension, we have this dynamic plasma interaction with other dimensions, with other plasma fields. And we're doing this through the reality dimensions. And so we can do that with many different field strengths. And if we can do that with our physicality, which involves transmutation, that becomes a new and unique science. And this is going to be the new legend. Because if this is a new legend, then we can understand the confusion with the old legends, because the old legends did not have this capability. That's what was missing. The manifestation of when two fields come together from the plasma feeding. And to understand the tangibility and the visibility, and whether it's plasmatic or whether it's physical. And then there's another we didn't take into account, that's the emotion of presence. So what we're talking about in the form of manifestation is the form artifact of energy and motion. And that form artifact has to be at a manifestation point. So we as man space coming to earth space have to wait for earth space to manifest first, which in turn has to wait for sun space to manifest first. And then you have your line jumpers, Mercury and Venus. And so that becomes the difference between the physical matter state and the plasmatic matter state. And so if we're always feeding from the physical state, we're feeding from the lowest energy state. If we can feed from the higher energy state, then we can change the rate of change. and increase the rate of change. And so that becomes not the question of what is the common denominator, because we all are common. It's the dominant matter state that matters. So thinking from the bottom up, it's a good way to build a building. But when you think from the top down, it's a good way to build a universe. And this is why we are the soul. We are the soul of man. That's the essential you. And that is the interaction between the plasmagen state and the mattergen state. And so we didn't say at what field strength it is. We didn't say at what energy level it is. But when we come to the soul of the body, that's the surrogate you. And when that's interacted between the plasmagen state and the environment state, that's the physical matter state. So we're saying it's a physical matter state, but you know what? We didn't say which physical state. We didn't say if it was Mercury or the sun or the moon or whatever, because what we're talking about right now is our soul of the earth relationship. And we have to understand that the soul of the earth has an interaction with the soul of the sun. And so now we introduce the soul of the man onto the soul of the earth. Well, wait a second. The soul of the sun is the feeder to the soul of the earth, and the soul of the man would be the feedback to the soul of the earth. And the soul of the earth is interacting with the soul of the earth body, just like the way we are interacting with the soul of our body. And so both of these manifest into the physicality, but they can't manifest at the same time. The earth has to be here first. So there's a sequence. And so when we look at the soul sequence, and we see that the soul of the solar system was what brought the soul of the sun, is the interaction of these two that attracted the soul of the earth. Now you've got the beginnings. You've got the beginnings of something where the soul of the earth can interact with the soul of the sun and attract the soul of the earth body. Now that you have the soul of the earth body, that can interact with the soul of the sun and manifest the physicality of the earth. So this defines your pathway manifestation. But if we go through the sequencing again, we can substitute Earth for Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, Neptune, solar system, electron, proton. And so now we understand that the limitations of nuclear science has really limited us. And there's a reason for this limitation, and that's ignoring the ethos of the universe, which involves morality, compassion, and courage, because these are essential for creation. And so when you say creation and you say that destruction is a kind of creation, well, that's your point of view, but it's very short-sighted, because as you can see, there are societies which keep track of 2,160 years, and that's a lot more time that's on your wristwatch. So you are definitely looking at the small picture. And so the way that we can transcend these energies is by traveling faster than Earth light. And we'll say, oh, well, is Earth light different from Mars light? No, because this is all physical light. Is it faster than Nebula light? No, because it's physical. That's the whole point. So in order to communicate in outer space, you have to not only go at a higher energy level, but you have to go at a faster speed. And since the speed can't be measured, it's a nebulous speed. And it's not appropriate because it takes you into the sky. And when it takes you into the sky, we always think, based on legends, that heaven is somewhere up in the sky. Well, Look at all the periodic table of elements here. Or look at all the elements on the periodic table. The bounty. We're in heaven. We don't have to go in the sky. We're here. First came the sun, then came the earth, then came man's space. The elements came at their leisure. And they probably too came before man's space. And how can we know that? How can we know that? It's a very simple thing. We know because we have form artifacts of dinosaurs and other prehistoric creatures. And these prehistoric creatures are in the history of the Earth space. So how can they be prehistoric? Because it's an unfinished sentence. It's pre-man historic. It's not Earth historic because these form artifacts are on Earth. And the catch here is that if the prehistoric creatures left behind their bone structure and it survived all this time, it would only stand to reason that we would have left our bone structure and it would have survived all this time. And there's no evidence to see that the man's space bones are there with the dinosaur space bones. So these elements came before us. That's the proof. And the dinosaurs came before us. But the dinosaurs are gone. So all we're left with is the form artifact. Well, if seeing is believing, how can you believe in dinosaurs when you've never seen them? Because you don't believe what you see, because you don't believe the context of the field that supports the form artifact that was created. And so we've boxed ourselves. We don't know what to believe anymore because it's all confusion. So we need to sort all this out. And we've done a really good job of sorting out these elements here based on atomic structure. And so we know that, universe seems to be pretty well organized. Pretty well organized. How did it do that? Because all of these are just the form artifacts. It doesn't explain the plasma science. So what we're seeing is a culmination of an energy sequencing pattern. And so we can list them here. And so we talked about, because we're in the advanced Earth space stage, we talked about all of these things. And in descending energy field strength, we started with the soul of man being the strongest field strength on this chart, going through the soul of the body, plasma energy, nuclear energy, atomic energy, electromagnetic energy, electric energy, and magnetic energy. These are not the only energy levels, but for the purpose of discussion, they will do. Because we are at the point where we have a bunch of them that are in the physical realm and another bunch that are in the plasmatic realm. And we determine that because of the tangibility and the visibility. But they interact. So we can transcend the different energy states. And so when the question is, how do we have this peace stone? And so this is the dynamic soul of the earth body. So the same way the sun magnetically created Mercury and then Venus and then the earth, well, the earth has magnetically created this peace stone. And so it is through this peace dome now that we have the beginning of this field strength. And so this becomes a point of attraction. And all the things that are in between, whether it's horizontal space, vertical space, people space, element space, whatever space you want, has all come to heaven on earth here. Because of the interaction between the soul of the sun and the soul at the core of the earth and the soul of man. Which means that there's a purpose in life. And we need to sort that out. And we need to sort it out quick. We need to establish a biosphere of peace. The vertical space has already done that. It's well organized, just like the periodic table of elements. We don't see any rockets going off. We don't see any fighting. The earth is bountiful, and the universe is normal. But this bountifulness is possible only with freedom and emancipation, and that's what's normal. And so man's existential crisis now defaults to how we harvest this energy. Not how we harvest the plants, how we harvest the plasma energy of the plasma universe and learn what the vertical people already know and understand that our interaction with this earth space has affected the vertical people and the horizontal people as well. So that means we have affected everything regardless of the energy level. And so that's what the question is. Is our participation on this planet beneficial for this planet? You need to ask yourself that question every day when you wake up in the morning. Can I contribute to the beneficence of this planet? And at the end of the day, can I say that this planet is a better place for me having been here than for me not having been here? And if you don't like the answer, then that's probably the reason you don't ask the question. Well, we can ask that question now, you see, because the question is always, has to do with the pursuit of happiness. And so we find that man's failing really stems around the fact that he's never launched a rocket into outer space. And according to the latest survey, all of the souls born on this planet preferred the bountifulness of Earth space as opposed to Mars space. I mean, just look at it, geez. I mean, look at it. Like, is it a debate? Do you really want to go there? Why do you want to go there? Well, it's a nice place to visit. Well, it won't be long, because the proof of concept is that we were all born based on a preference and certain sentimentality for coming to Earth space. And we had all of those planets to choose from, and we came to Earth space. So there was some criteria. And it wasn't just the one criteria. It's all, like, did you consider Mercury? Did you consider Jupiter? Or maybe at the time we didn't have Jupiter or Mercury, but that's not true. When we got here, all the planets were here before us. So we had a choice. It's like going to a buffet. Where do you want to go? Or you go into an empty restaurant. Oh, where would you like to sit? Oh, I don't know. I'd like to sit on Earth space. Let's try Earth space. Why, have you tried Mars space? Oh, I don't know. I don't think Mars space is very attractive. I think Earth space is looking mighty good. And so we find that we were born, but we weren't born with a rocket. We were born with an outer space system. And we were born into the inner space of Earth space. Is this the halfway point of our round trip? Is this a landing point? Are we going someplace else? Or are we really just getting ready to leave? And if we're ready to leave, where are we going? Well, the ticket is peace, because we are inherently peaceful. But the way we conduct ourselves on this planet does not coincide with that characteristic. So the plasma science needs to meet the soul of man for peace, because peace is the ticket. And do we want to have that ticket? Well, look at what the visitors are doing. They're all getting excited. And who are these visitors? If we've been visited before, which history shows that that's true, then who are these excitable visitors? So they're not the visitors that we have now. These are more tourists. And so we are the resident tourists here. And so we welcome these other souls, and we just have to wonder, well, we're having trouble figuring out which reality dimension did we come from. So which reality dimension did they come from? And did they come from the same dimension? But what we do know is that we came to Earth, and we're happy about that. And they want to come to Earth because it's heaven, and they prevent the bountifulness of Earth. Right? So how did we get here? And where are we going? So we're now in the post-September 22nd era. We have choices. And what is the key difference? The key difference is when we came here in the first place, we came as babies. And we had to grow into adulthood. Those who came before us came as adults. Why the difference? And now that we figured it out, and now we find that we can not only travel as adults, but there are those who couldn't come here the way we came here. And we're supposed to be the inferior race? Wait a second. No. We were born here. There are those who cannot do that. And there are those who don't have to be born, they just come here. So now the secret's coming out. And so we understand that the outer space is the transmutation space, and that inner space is that graceful space that we're seeking. And we've come to the earth space because that's the bountiful space. And so now we have a better understanding of the plasma science. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. We're calling all Earth Space Patriots. There's a World Peace Treaty. It needs to be signed. Sign it with your heart, sign it with your pen, but sign it with meaning, because this freedom from boundaries and abuse is possible because Earth has overlapping fields of life. And the legends that we cling to confuse our understanding of the purpose of creation. So we have to sort out these legends, because it affects our physical and emotional vitality. So we have to go through this earthbound atmospheric transformation to increase our vitality, to sort out these legends, to understand this transmutation from that transparency point somewhere to this manifestation point, wherever that manifestation point may be, and understand that the bountifulness of this earth space is part of the healing process. And that healing process connects us to the universal inner space of freedom. So we have to sort out Earth's legends, and that will sort out our morality. Plasma science needs to continue to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the outer space age. And thank you for listening to this lesson. Over to you, Mark.
Thank you very much, Alex. As always, you've highlighted many things that we can investigate, look into a little bit deeper, as Rick says, back to the basics. Why don't we give you a minute to recoup? I know you've been talking over an hour or hour and a half. So thank you very much. And I'm just going to go through some of the public and private meetings of the Keshe Foundation for the coming week. And usually this is the same schedule. On Tuesday, we have the One Planet, One Nation, One Race for World Peace, which is in the public Zoom room. Again, Mr. Keshe says we may be changing from Zoom to Telegram because it's more functional for us. Also on Tuesday, we have the TV Galactica with Marie and Raphael and Rosanna usually. I don't know this week if Marie will be there. She'll be in Linz, I believe. So we may have some other people. Claudia has sat in a number of times on that program. Wednesday is the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group, again in the same room as the One Planet, One Nation, One Race. And that's with Rick, where you can bring your creations, discussions. It goes a wide range of topics. Usually Gianni visits us there and has something to present every single week. And we want to thank Gianni for that. Thursday, of course, is the Knowledge Seekers Workshop, which starts at 9. No, it starts at 9 a.m. CET time. Friday, of course, we have the public meeting in Brazil, and you're all welcome to join that. And there are a number of public and private sessions as well. On Monday, there's a private in German. Again, you may have to be invited specifically to that meeting. Monday, also the public meeting in Spanish at 9 p.m. CET time. The German meeting on Monday is at 8 p.m. CET time. Tuesday, I believe we have a public in Bulgarian. So if you're from that area, that's at 6 p.m. CET. You may find some of these room numbers in the social medias. I don't know. I'm really not on there. And then another private meeting in German on Tuesday as well at 8 p.m. CET. You can probably contact someone on the social medias. Wednesday, we have a public in Farsi at 6:30 p.m. CET. We have a public in Hindi, that's in India, at 3:30 p.m. CET. I don't know what Shwed is doing with that, if that is ongoing. Also, there's a public meeting in Hebrew on Wednesday at 7 p.m. Also, a public meeting in the French language community on Wednesday at 8 p.m. Another meeting in public of the Spanish language community at 7 p.m. And also the Dutch meeting, which I've missed as of late since they changed the time. I always seem to miss it, but we'll try to get in there. And that's at 8 p.m. CET time. I know Jacko's there, Gallup, Freed, and so on, and another number of other knowledge seekers. Thursday, public in German meeting at 7:30 p.m. CET time. Public in Gikuyu at 6:30. This is in Kenya, p.m. CET time. All welcome to join any of these public meetings. The Italian meeting is at 7:30 p.m. on Thursday, I believe it is. The French public meeting again, 8 p.m. on Thursday, CET time. The public in Polish at 9 p.m. CET time. And then to Friday with the public in German meeting again at 9 a.m. CET time, as well as I mentioned the Portuguese meeting. I think this is the public in Portuguese at 11 p.m. CET time. So you can make yourself available for any or all of those meetings, depending on how your schedule goes, but it's always good to support, even if you don't speak the language. Nothing is hidden from the soul, so you'll be able to get something out of it on the soul level if you're not familiar with the language. And I think in the upcoming time, we'll probably all understand more of languages we aren't speaking, or perhaps we won't, we'll just communicate on the soul level. I know it sounds far-fetched, but it does seem that's the way we're going. Mr. Keshe said you won't need a car in the future. Your soul will be your mode of transportation or transmutation. So there are many places to avail yourself and to study all of these different presentations that are shared. And so again, German, Spanish, Bulgarian, Hindi, Farsi, Hebrew, French, Spanish, Dutch, Kikoyu, Italian, French, Polish, German, and Portuguese. So many of the language communities are meeting independently of each other, but eventually I think we're going to all move into the one planet race, or and this may not be right away, but at some point in time, since we're all understanding the same knowledge, I think it'll be a very sort of seamless transition. And then if we understand the language in some sort of way, either on the soul level or through our matter state understanding, all the groups will just beautifully mesh together. This is my vision for the future of the different language communities, because we're all going to move into this one race planet. So thank you very much, and hopefully you can find the details you need in the social medias. Okay, Alex, has your tea warmed up? Are you ready to take any questions? I think we'll open the floor to the knowledge seekers and see if they'll come forward with any sort of questions about your presentation, or just questions in general about the understanding, the knowledge, and what's being shared with us, the gifts from the Keshe Foundation. There are so many things, and as Mr. Keshe said, we haven't even realized what we have in our hand at this point, but little by little, gradually, we're growing more and more into this understanding. Thank you very much, Alex. Hopefully we have a question or two from some of the knowledge seekers, but I still say, whenever you say we've never launched a rocket into space, for some reason it makes me cringe a little bit. Am I being fooled by what I'm seeing? Or are you calling near space not space? It would seem like, I mean, we're just having the rocket that just went around the moon and orbited the moon. I think it's left the inertia of the moon, is heading back. Again, it probably has to make a few stops on the way, but anyway, it's heading back towards the planet. So why would you say we've never launched a rocket into space?
This has been the big question, because when you look at this solar system, we have, in my opinion, mistakenly called this outer space. But we can see the planets, and we can see in between the planets. And if we can see it, that means it's visible. It's within the visible light spectrum.
Okay.
Which means it's in physicality. What we don't see is what created it. So let's put it into different language. What we're seeing in its physicality is a form artifact of the energy fields that created it. And so if we're traveling from one physical field to another physical field by physical means, then we have to travel at less than the speed of light. And at no point are we in outer space, because it really, we could have decided that a long time ago, but there was no proof until it comes down to the point where we say that the travel in outer space is instantaneous. So we have an anomaly. If it takes days and months to travel between the planets, how could we travel instantaneously? And then if we are traveling instantaneously, and if we're traveling in outer space, then what are they traveling at? They can't possibly be traveling outer space because they're traveling at a snail's pace.
So who should I believe, my lying eyes or you?
Why don't you believe mommy? Because mommy told you that you were born. So did daddy. I mean, do you believe them?
Okay, so let's take the universal community, for example. Now they're in a matter state craft. If they knew how to fly with their soul, Mr. Keshe said, they wouldn't be in the craft. So have they never launched into outer space because they're in the matter state per se?
Okay, that's such a difficult question to answer.
You can pass on that. That's fine.
No, I don't want to pass on that because there are two factors to look at. You have to ask what dimension, energy dimension are they in? Okay, so let's understand. The soul of man is in a plasma state, and the physicality of man is in a physical state. So that means the soul of man can travel in outer space. Every Magrav has a soul, but how strong is that soul? And so that determines whether or not it moves, whether it walks, or whether it rotates. And so if you have universal community members who have a soul, the question really is, because we know that soul is in a plasma state, is their physicality in a plasma state? Or is it in a physical state? So here's the answer to your question. If they're traveling in a craft that is physical, then they themselves would be traveling in a physical condition. But if we look at these excitable visitors who now want to come here, so that means they don't have that capability. They don't have the capability of coming in a craft and coming here. And they don't have that capability of being born the way we are. Because if they did have that capability, why would they be so excited about coming here? Because this is a new thing. This is a new thing to them. So for some, it's old hat, and for some, it's a new thing. But the thing is that both those, so now I'm differentiating between the two. Are we,
Yeah.
you're following that, Mark?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So we are a third option. And that third option is that we are able to manifest in the plasma state, and we're able to manifest in the physical state. This is a new type of transmutation. And the impact of that revelation is so profound that it is actually in some ways contributing to the chaos on this planet. But again, the chaos on this planet has been here all along. And that's what we're going to talk about in the next 5 weeks. This is just laying the groundwork for that. I wanted to go down this path because this question that you ask is a fundamental question. Okay, because everything that we know is what's on this planet, and we're not even certain about what we know. There are too many questions.
Oh, yeah.
Too many loose ends.
No question.
Okay, but here's the fact. You were born as a baby. You maybe even have a picture of yourself as a baby. Most parents do, unless they run into some kind of disaster where all their records are destroyed. And so you have to go by hearsay, right? You have to say, well, I didn't have a picture. You know, my dad wasn't around, and mom told me that I was born. And by the way, so was my neighbor, and I seen his pictures. Okay, so you know, he has a baby picture. Probably if my parents would have had a camera, I'd have a baby picture. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is that there's a high probability that you were born as a baby, and there's lots of confirmation all around, and so that's possible. But then you grew up into being an adult, and so there's a purpose for that happening. And the way you grew up to be an adult is kind of different the way these planets were manifested. So we need to compare that. And then when we look around, we have these form artifacts of others who created things, let's say like the pyramids. And so we have pyramids in Mexico, and we have pyramids in Peru, and we have pyramids in the Middle East, and around the world in many other locations. But you know, we have these big oceans that are in between, and then we have these legends about Atlantis and Lemuria, which happened at some nebulous point in history. We don't know when it happened, okay, but you know, we have a prehistory, and then we have a history, and then we have funny calendars, and then for some people the calendar only goes back so far. And like, what happened before? What happened before that calendar started? What happened before, you know, at some point in time someone started counting? Well, who was that person that started counting? And why was that person counting in Earth years? Or was that person counting in Earth years for Earth people and counting in astrological years for another dimension? And so these are unanswered questions, but they have been answered. Okay, they're just not in the mainstream, if you will. And if you do your research, and I've done the research, and the problem for me was that all I came up was a ton of more questions. But that's because all I seen was the physical science. Now we have the plasma science, which is explaining how these form artifacts came about. And there's a consistency. And that consistency transcends the history, the periodic table of elements, the creation of matter, and creation. It transcends all those fields and is consistent as an explanation in all those fields. And when we started segregating the education into subjects like, you know, chemistry, physics, and, you know, biology, you know, people like Socrates had a field day. Because if you weren't versed in the various fields of interest, then you could get confused. And you say, oh, you know, what do you know about cars? You know, you're just a carpenter, you know, or what do you know about plumbing? You know, you're just a doctor. But you never say, well, you're just a doctor, but you might say, oh, well, he's just a plumber, you know, which indicates a status. Well, where did that status come from? Who, who, you know, laid that status on you? Or did you lay it on yourself and say, you know what, I'm better than you? Well, that's okay if you're playing fun and games, you know, like the World Cup soccer or something. You're playing a game and say, well, I'm better than you. But really, you know, in the end, you know, we're all equal. And so that's the point. So we can enjoy ourselves with the fun and games, but the fun and games stop when we're looking at an existential crisis. So, you know, I have to wonder if I'm looking at the social condition in Europe today, and as we sit, there are 8 European teams in the qualifying rounds of the World Cup. And it's unless you've been following the sport of soccer, you can't understand the fanaticism that goes along with it. And I was heavily involved in it myself, but you know, when you come down to the reality of it, it's all fun and games, but You know, if your wife has cancer, not even Christmas matters. And, you know, if you don't have the energy to turn on the lights or turn on the stove to feed yourself, or if you can't charge your electric vehicle because it's been banned, I don't know if I really care about, you know, who scored the goal. So it becomes a matter of priority, what's important. And so we start to see that, you know, our responsibility to this planet is paramount. And we can't have this responsibility when we don't understand it. And so the only thing that we understand is what we're seeing. But what we're not seeing is what created the form artifact of what we're seeing. And we need to do this. And we need to end this now. Tie up the loose ends and understand that the limitations on our capabilities does not indicate the limitations, because there are others who transcend those limitations. We say that there's no cure for cancer. We say we don't know how they built the pyramids. We say we don't know what happened to Atlantis. We accept that because the scientific community has told us that. And it's their business. So, you know, we respect their knowledge. But, you know, we don't know. And we always get that same answer. I don't know. I don't know. Well, figure it out. Why don't you figure it out? You know, even the simplest thing, something that really annoyed me all the time was, well, you know, this is the greatest invention since man invented the wheel. Did man invent the wheel? Really? You know, Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water, and Jack fell down and tumbled down the hill. And Jill came running after. So Jack found out that he could go down the hill faster by rolling than Jill by, you know, jumping down the hill following him. Well, I guess they invented the wheel, didn't they? And so that's the problem for us, you know. We now have this individual capability that we never had before, and we have an opportunity to make choices. And this choice is now being rubbed in our face, where we're saying, well, you know, the real choice, it isn't red or blue. All right? It isn't one team or another team. The real choice is peace and prosperity or war and poverty. How do you like that for a choice? Now make a choice. And we have a capability of not only making that choice, but implementing that choice. And it's not just us. And so what has happened here? This opportunity is not only welcomed by us, but it's welcomed by the universal community. So these two that you're asking about, the ones who physically manifest in their spaceships, they are thrilled, okay, because that's what they've been waiting for. They've been waiting for us to grow up from babyhood to adulthood. And the others who are without the capabilities, they're thrilled, and they want to come here and share with the good, shall we say, the good turn of events. And they're already coming. And the reason they're coming is because we've provided them an opportunity as well. Did we do it for them? Inadvertently. We did it for ourselves. But guess what? If your neighbors are prosperous and healthy, then the community is prosperous and healthy. And you cannot extricate yourself from that community. Back to you, Mark.
Yeah, it's all the same family, I'd say. As Mr. Keshe said, if you travel in the matter state craft, you interact with the universal community. Well, those who are in the matter state the same way. If you travel with the soul, you can interact with them on the soul level, but I don't think they can interact with us on the soul level unless they have that capability, because they're still trying to get back to the mother, get back to their creator, or get back to their soul, as I understand it. Now, some of them have
No, I don't think so,
capabilities.
Mark.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
fine.
well, I'll tell you why. Okay, because there are different communities. So they have shall we say, different morals. And the thing is that if when you're in a higher energy state, you have to follow the universal laws. You have to. You cannot be in that higher energy state. So these are not the only energy states. There are many energy states in between.
And
So,
dimensions, yeah.
yeah. So as you get down into these various energy states, the man-made laws on Earth are able to dominate. But once you get into the higher energy states, it's impossible. Only the universal laws are recognized. So these people operate on universal laws. That's the whole point. So they're welcoming our entrance into their world.
Well, thank you for sharing.
That means we are the luckiest one in matter state.
Yes, in matter state, we are the luckiest one. That's correct. It's just that there are some people who don't see that as gold. They take gold and they want to turn into dirt. This is a golden opportunity, for all of us, and the small thinking is keeping us down. And so when we look at the positioning of our space with the universal space, and the word insignificant comes to mind. It's such a tiny space, but how can such a tiny space have so much significance? Right? That's a good question, isn't it? I mean, if our Earth space is such a tiny space compared to the universal space, how can that tiny space be so important? And so it becomes very simple. If you look at the way we talked about before, when we didn't have a space, so we had, what do we have? We had the solar system space, right? And before there was the solar system space, we had to have a place. So these had to come first. And that's how they came first. They were all tiny energy fields when they started. I mean, look how small Mercury is now. But it was a tiny field compared to the sun. It was like an electron. But it wasn't an electron, it was a PM tick. And so the question is, how did this PM tick come together with another PM tick, and where did that PM tick come from? Because we're looking at the form artifact. We know that Mercury is here. And now we know how Mercury was created. But what we don't know is, where did the PM ticks come from?
Well, didn't they all come out of the sun, Alex? Because at some point the sun can pull them all back into itself. They came out of that star. They were created in interaction with the fields of itself and the fields of environment, and it created maybe a soul, or maybe the soul appeared there and it added material to it, like a star would form over millions or more time.
Okay, so mommy and daddy
They didn't just
formed the,
they didn't just meander into position, correct? They didn't just pop from the universe into Mercury's position, Earth's position, you know, these things were
no, they didn't pop into the position, but they
right.
had to be created first, and then the field strength would change their position. See, in this position here, Mercury has an interaction with the sun. But that's 1 and 1. Where's the other one?
They all have to be interacting with each other and the sun.
Yeah, but you know, mommy and daddy made a baby. And guess what? That baby is in the image of mommy and daddy. Mercury is not in the image of the sun. The sun is the sun, and Mercury is in the image of a planet.
Right, but it came out of it through the fields.
Yeah,
I mean, that's just my understanding.
That's one field.
There is less density, Earth is more density.
No, it's less density. At the where Mercury is positioned here on the orbiting position around the sun, just like a satellite. In this position, Mercury is a satellite of the sun, and so it would have less density.
Yes. But Earth has more density. That's why human being is a little bit solid than Mercury
That's
or
right.
sun. Yeah.
Okay, so where's the energy coming from? Is it just coming from the sun? We're not even discussing that really. We're discussing this, how was the Mercury created? Because you only have the one field interacting from the sun. And the sun is not creating another sun here, it's creating another planet. So where's that coming from? And you know, what's outside? So, you know, the basic answer, of course, is the creator, right? So the interaction between the sun and the creator is what created Mercury. But you have to remember that one of the things Mr. Keshe also was very specific about, and it hasn't been spoken of very much, and that is the fact that what will we do in the future? We're going to spend a lot of time understanding the plasma science is what we're going to do. Because when you look through our history, and let's just, you know, put a number on it and say it's about 12,000 years, what we were looking at was physical science and spiritual science, right? Whatever physical science couldn't explain, well, the spiritual science could explain, but in order to explain that, you would just have to believe. You would believe without proof, whereas the scientific would believe with proof. If it couldn't prove it, it didn't believe it. So in the spiritual community, you didn't have to prove it, you just had to believe it. And that's how we've been operating for 12,000 years in the physical space. Now we're going into the plasma space. So this is the point. We're now going to have an abundant opportunity, abundant work, abundant profit or prosperity, peace and prosperity, and all the copious benefits that come from the universal community will be inuring to us, because it isn't just us. If it was just us, we would have been gone a long time ago. We are here because of us and because of the universal community. That's the missing ingredient here. The
So,
universal community didn't come to Earth. They're now coming back to Earth, okay, because we've grown up. Sorry, I cut you off.
no, I was gonna say, he said they've always been here. We've always been part of the universal community.
I think
Oh.
so too.
But
Oh, yes, yes,
yeah.
but you know, we've been, how shall we say, oblivious to it.
No question. I was gonna say, what does Mr. Keshe mean when he says man's preoccupation in the future will be the transmutation of the fields of the universe? Does that
That's
mean
what I just said.
we're gonna be creating matter from fields, or we're gonna be doing
No,
something?
so, Mark,
Transmutation of fields of the universe, man's preoccupation in the future.
that's right. That'll be the vocation. Mark, how many times have you heard someone say, you ask them, well, what are you doing? No, I'm not doing anything. And you know, so what's happening? No, nothing. I'm bored.
All I've heard that from many people.
Well, yeah. Okay. Now think about this. Think about this. Are you bored on Earth? Well, why don't you check out Mars? Let me talk to you about boredom. I mean, what would you do on Mars?
I don't know, but when I went to the moon and I looked out and I saw basically matter state, I said, I don't want to be here. I'm leaving. I saw rocks, I saw dirt. I mean, typical things you'd see. I don't know why I saw that, but I said to myself, I don't want to be on the moon. Now, I'm sure there's plenty of life and everything else going on there, but what I saw when I looked out was more of a desert-like landscape that I said, gee, there's nobody here. I don't want to be here.
So these people who are bored on Earth, do you think they'd be bored on Mars?
They will be bored in everywhere.
That's right. That's right. But you know, if I have a choice, you give me a choice. We all made that choice. We're here. Hello.
Would someone else like to open something else up for Alex, perhaps?
Not something else.
Okay.
Something that I'm trying to understand this part, Alex. I like the picture where we say the sun emits its plasma, magnetic and whatever fields, and then we say that it's creating the earth, but before that we talk about a soul. I'm confused. Okay, so I just wish that we could go over that a little bit. So there is a soul of what that is produced, soul of earth, and then that interacts. Okay, the sun and the sun soul and the soul of the earth interact to create the earth. Is that what you said?
That's what I said. And the reason for that, so the higher energy feeds the weaker energy, right? So
Like sun is, yeah.
No, the soul of the sun is stronger than the sun.
Okay, okay.
So the soul of the earth is stronger than the earth.
All right. So in a way, they come first.
Right.
I think. But this business of this little lollipop here, I mean, I'm not sure. Are you talking more of a physical part here, the sun and Mars? Is that
That's right. We're talking about the physical manifestation as a form artifact.
Okay. Well, can you just sort of repeat the part about the souls again? So the soul of the sun. Yeah, go ahead.
No, you're good here. I'm gonna bring up the slide here.
Oh, okay. No, I'm not good. I'm still kind of whirling in space.
Aha. You're whirling in space. Okay, I like that. I like that because you're not whirling on the earth.
Oh, I don't know about that.
No, you can't.
Well, if we intend it now, we have the way of doing. Okay, this I like. Yeah, this is what I was confused about. Soul of the solar system plus
right?
soul.
It's a higher of the sun. Both are higher strengths of the soul of the earth. Agree?
Okay. So this assumes that we've got a solar system and we've got a sun, and then those two souls get busy and okay, go ahead. This is where I'm confused.
No, don't get confused. Now that you have the soul of the earth, now the earth can start doing something. So the earth has to do this in context. What
So
context
how
is
does the
it?
soul, I mean to say, where does the earth, it comes after the soul of the earth?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Because the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. So the soul of the sun is higher than the soul of the earth body.
Mm-hmm.
And the soul of the earth is higher strength than the soul of the earth body. The earth body is not feeding the soul of the sun or the soul of the earth. It would be feeding back to say, give me more or give me less. But in all cases, the soul of the sun and the soul of earth are feeding the earth body.
Continuously.
Continuously, unquestionably, unconditionally, benevolently.
And then you said inversion. Okay.
Yeah, so now we want to convert from plasma to physicality. Right, so the soul of the earth body has to work with the soul of the sun to manifest the physicality. It needs the strength. The soul of the earth body cannot manifest the physicality by itself because it would be depleted.
Yeah. No, I think I understand what you're getting at here. It's just that that extra little soul is what confused me. So we have a soul of the earth body.
Right. The soul of the earth body is like the soul of the man's body.
Mm-hmm. And the soul of physicality. Okay, so if I look at those three little earths at the bottom there, one on the left is like a soul of the man.
Right.
And then the middle one is more like the soul of physicality.
Right.
Okay, and then the sun and the soul of physicality, I mean the soul of the sun and the soul of physicality get busy and actually create the body of the earth.
You got it.
Okay, finally. Thank you very much.
No, but this is an excellent example of why it's so difficult to teach this, because you're a very knowledgeable person, and yet this is a huge hurdle for you.
Yes, definitely.
For all of us.
Yeah. Well, moi aussi. It's you know, when you go to school for umpteen years, and you're taught a certain way, and none of this is in that way, you know, this becomes quite a shock, and you say, well, wait a second, you know, everything that I know is that the earth is at the center of the universe. Well, actually, no. My generation, the earth was at the center of the universe. The new generation, the center of the universe is them, right? Because they're the American idols. Right? They're the X factor. right?
Mm.
So, you know, you look at all the, shall we say, kids who want to be, you know, stars, you know, they want to be idols, and how many go for the auditions and things like that. Well, why? Because their life is pitiful. You know, they don't have any ambition. So what they're looking for is some kind of energy. Well, why is there only, let's say, why are there only a few people on stage and a lot of people in the audience? And what happens when they watch a show? Well, the audience gives the energy to the performers on stage, and they get this rush, don't they? They are adored by the audience. Well, assuming that they put on a nice performance, they're absolutely adored by the audience. So, you know, just one person comes to mind. You want to look at a video of Tina Turner singing "Proud Mary." Like, what a performance! And in order to increase the energy of that performance, she has more dancers, she has more musicians on stage, right? So she's increased her field strength. And then you look out in the audience and you say, there's enough people there to be considered a city. You know, you get 30, 40,000 people or 100,000 people coming. That's a city. In Canada, anyways. That's a city. You know, but now you have that city adoring you. Well, you know, if there was an election and you wanted to sign up for being the mayor, you'd win because everybody would vote for her. So she'd be the mayor of whatever city she wanted to be. But that's an intoxicating thing, isn't it? And so you know, she feels that. So you know, the what is the first motivation? And so the first motivation, of course, is to make money, isn't it? So by being an entertainer, you can make more money. And you know, sure beats flipping burgers at a fast food joint. And you know, it allows you the opportunity to live a much fancier lifestyle. And is that fancy lifestyle beneficial to life on this planet? I mean, it's not a question for me to answer. That's a question for each individual person to answer. Is this planet better for you having been here? And you know, I'm of the opinion there's a lot of people who, you know, can't answer that question truthfully.
I am the luckiest one.
Yeah.
I am the luckiest one being here.
Well, you obviously have nothing else to do. This is the most important thing for you, right? You made that decision.
Yes.
Okay, so this just shows you how important you are in making that decision. So each and every one of us is important in making that decision because each and every one of us affects our existence. So by your being here, you can listen to the audio recording. You don't have to sit here and waste Sunday afternoon, right? You can just listen to the audio recording, you know, when you're doing something else. But being all here together, we are connected plasmatically through our souls. And I said many times in the past, you know, I'm proud to be in a position to be able to convey these thoughts to you, except that I'm the biggest benefactor because in order for me to make this presentation, I have to know what I'm talking about to me. I can't I can't talk about something that I don't understand, you know? So when are you the teacher and when are you the student? And the problem with my position being a teacher is that I keep asking more questions than I'm answering because we're progressive. And the worst part about it is that I look back and I see that my life has been governed by incorrect answers, false premises, false understanding, a confusion in history. And so I'm under pressure here because we have to understand our Earth space. This is something that we've all our lives worked at, and it's only showing us a part of the picture. So now we have to figure out, well, if I'm working 50 weeks of the year and I get 2 weeks holiday, and I'm not saying that's the case, I'm just saying that's what the average person might be looking at. And with the advent of the plasma science and incorporating that in our society, we may be having work for 2 weeks a year and holidays for 50 weeks a year. Well, that sounds very attractive, except that we may get very bored. I mean, there's 50 weeks where you don't have to go to work and you don't have to be on that treadmill, make money, pay the rent, buy the food, get the groceries, pay the insurance. You don't have to worry about that because there'll be peace and prosperity. And then where's the motivation? So, for a lot of people, they'll give up and they become addicted. A customer came to me this week. His father is 62 years old and he's very sick. I said, what's his problem? Well, he says he's a heavy drinker and he doesn't want to stop. So, now you're not asking the question, what's wrong with him health-wise? You're asking him, what's wrong with his will? What's happened with his soul? His soul is looking for an exit plan. His soul is dissatisfied with his lot in life. He's unhappy with heaven on earth, and he sees it as a terrible place, and he wants to leave, and he's looking for an excuse. And the most graceful way to excuse himself is with his drinking, because the drinking numbs his senses, so he doesn't have to face the reality that he is physically withering away and depleting of energy. So he's lying to his own soul. And then that's his exit strategy, and then what are you going to do? That's his choice. But his choice, the question is that choice based on false information? Or is it a lack of understanding that there are better choices? If you're only given those choices, it's like, when I was young, the doctor gave me 3 choices. He says, you can have surgery, you can have operation, what do you call it? Operation.
Yeah, surgery or chemo, radiation, surgery, chemo.
Yes, surgery, radiation, or death. Yeah, that was it. And I said, well, let's analyze these very carefully. So I think by process of elimination, can we just eliminate the death option and just focus on surgery or radiation? And, I took radiation. Which of those 3 options was the best option? But, the thing was that I was also supposed to take drugs for the rest of my life. That was 37 years ago.
And now we're going to be finding that radiation or that chemo within our own structure. As Mr. Keshe said, and we're going to pinpoint it right to the right spot.
Well, that's another important point, you see. The right spot.
Which is in the brain, I believe.
Yeah, but no, the thing is that you don't target the foreign artifact. You have to form the, you have to target the cause. So if the cancer is a manifestation of a psychosomatic condition, and a psychosomatic condition is not physical, it's the plasma energy that is the substructure for the physical manifestation of the form artifact, which is shall we say, the cancerous tissue. So you radiate the cancerous tissue, you're not resolving the problem. And furthermore, if you did solve the problem that way, think about it. You're still not imparting responsibility on the person to own up to the fact that the cancer is self-inflicted. If we can come to grips with that, then Buddy there wouldn't be an alcoholic, because if he could come to grips, if you gave him the option today and you said, listen, we can enhance the physical, emotional, and physical vitality, and add that to your choice list, so say, well, I got surgery, radiation, or death. That's A, B, C. Well, let's add D, enhanced physical and emotional vitality. Now make a choice.
He'll want the headphone. Buy him a headphone.
Not my job.
Okay, I would like to, hopefully another person or two would like to come in. It is 10 before midnight in Europe, and we don't want to keep our guests too long. I know some of them have already left, but, and I do have a 12-minute video, Ed's most recent release, Understanding the Fields. So we're going to play that plus the final disclaimer. Would anyone else like to bring something they've been perhaps sitting on, didn't want to open their mic?
Hi, it's Dan. I'm just confused as usual. The soul of the solar system. Isn't the sun the soul of our solar system? It's the center. And like
the sun is a field within the solar system. So the sun has its own soul.
But first the sun was created, then the planets, aren't the sun gathers
But
all
before the sun was created, the solar system was created.
Before the sun? I thought the energies of the universe interacting with the soul of the sun created its own structure. It came out of the energies of the universe. But again, no problem. We all seem to have slightly different understandings, and no one is wrong and no one is 100% right.
No, but this is a great question.
Okay.
Because what we're going to do here right now is we're going to do some substitution here. The soul of the solar system and the soul of the sun are two different souls, because these are two different fields. If the sun is sitting at the center of the solar system, then the sun is not the solar system. The solar system is around the sun.
Okay, well, that kind of makes sense. Okay, thank you.
Energy of the galaxy became the sun. The energy of the sun became the earth, and so on and so forth.
No. The energy of the galaxy became the solar system. There's a sequence. You have to have a field. You can't go nowhere. You have to go somewhere. this business of going nowhere, you know, it's you're landing, you know, smack dab in the middle of nowhere. And there's a lot of people, well, they don't know where they are. So, well,
So Alex, you're saying that the soul of the galaxy, I mean, that's before the soul, before the sun, before the solar system, sorry. So our solar system, I thought originally that the sun was created and then the sun created everything around it to make
right.
us. Sorry?
You're correct.
No,
Yeah.
we just heard you say the solar system was created first, and
Right.
I don't think that is the way it works, but no problem. Everyone has their understanding of this.
Well,
So the galaxy was first, and then we get the soul. I mean, it attracted the soul of the sun.
right.
Then we'll have to have a song that we all learn.
Oh, good idea. Okay.
Well, I think we have a problem insofar as the solar system is concerned, because we don't see the solar system in physicality, do we?
Well, I mean, pictures of planets, that's physical.
Oh, no, the planets are pictures of planets. The picture of the sun is a picture of the sun. I'm talking about the solar system. We don't have a picture of the solar system.
Okay. In total, okay.
Like, in fact, is there really a boundary?
Yes. The outer system, the outer magnetosphere of the solar system, where everything comes back towards the sun. I mean, some of the rays come back. They bounce back.
And that's right. That's part of the feeding and the feedback. I agree. Good answer. But what's in that beyond?
Field.
When I first asked this question, I fell out of bed. I mean, how do you fall out of bed? You know, like, I'm lying in bed and then you fall out of bed and say, well, you know, what happened was I started to feel the earth move. Okay. I mean, no, seriously, because it was unnerving, you know, because we weren't grounded on anything. You know, you just say, okay, well, I'm here. All right. Well, there you are. Where are you? Well, I'm here. But, you know, you're not there in physicality, because to be in physicality, you have to be somewhere. So, like, where exactly are you? You know, you're just in some nebulous place. So we had to wait for the earth to come. Where were we before the earth was created? Or did we manifest after the earth was created through the fields, the benevolent fields that fed the sun and fed the earth?
Yes. I think that is true.
I tend to agree with you.
Yes, because didn't Mr. Keshe say that our soul of the man is connected to the fields of the unicos completely. It interacts with the
Right.
field. Yeah.
But, you know, if you don't want to think about that before you go to bed, because you won't be you won't know, you won't be able to lie down, because you don't know which way is up and which way is down. You know, I mean, let's look at this picture alone here. Which way is up? You know, there's no milepost here that says, you know, 50 miles to Houston, Texas. You know, you're
I mean,
here.
we cheat and we use the screen of our laptops or whatever. I mean, bottom at the bottom, top at the top.
Yeah. So, you know, like it's a hard concept to grasp, and you know, do you really think we can grasp it in, you know, within a matter of minutes? You know, we spend all our lives and we can't even grasp a concept of our Earth. We don't even understand the history of our Earth and understand, you know, how it's possible for things to happen without our understanding here. Like who allows that to happen? You know, it's like going home. You know, say you have parents and you go home, and then all of a sudden, you know, there's a cow in the living room, and you say, "Well, where did that cow from?" And mom go, "I don't know. It just kind of moved in." Well, you know, really can't even get through the door. How did this thing get in? So, you know, we have these unanswered questions, and you ask, you know, physical science, I don't know. And you ask a spiritual science, well, just you have to believe. Well, I believe there's a cow in the room, and I don't know how he got there. So now what do I do? And so this is how we live our lives, and this is unacceptable. This is why we've all become knowledge seekers, because the answers that we've been getting have been unacceptable, and we've been paying for that privilege, and it's affecting the quality of our life. And is it just our life, or is it also involving our neighbor's life? And then who else is our neighbor? You know, is the one next door your neighbor, or is the one across the street your neighbor? You know, or you know, you're in South Africa, right? So are you my neighbor?
I consider you my neighbor.
Yeah, and there's an ocean in between us.
That's just a little pond.
For a short time there we are separated, but coming soon, very soon, we'll be instantaneously moving around this planet. So we'll all
Can I
be
clear
neighbors.
something?
Sure.
I was thinking not to say, but finally I decided to say. I told you before, I feel something, but somebody in my home nearby me sometime, right? Long time ago. Not long time ago, few.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes. Yep.
So what is that? When I cook, I'm cooking alone or somebody else is there, still I feel somebody who is watching like 10, 12 feet
Yep. Mr.
farther
Keshe
from me.
described this. Yep. I'll tell you what it's not. It's not a coincidence.
There you go. Now that's a really good answer. Okay.
My whole life it was there. I felt somebody watching me. He doesn't, it is tall. I feel he's tall. And sometimes feel one person, and sometimes I feel 3 person. And daytime, only 1 person. And the nighttime, I feel 3 person standing nearby my bedroom door. So it always happen. I always scared. And I always tell them, I don't want to channel. I don't want to see you. Whoever you are, don't scare me. So my whole life is gone that way. So right now I am in new house. This house I feel a little bit less. And when I cook, I know somebody watching me, like 10 feet, 12 feet further me. So my aunt few 2 or 3 years ago, my aunt came here. And then I was cooking in the downstairs. She was in the second floor. So she went to downstairs and she walked nearby me in the kitchen, and I didn't feel her. I was like in different place. And 2-3 days later, she told me, "Do you know, when you cook, you are not here." I say, "Why you are saying that?" And she said, "Oh, when you are cook, I went there a few times in the downstairs, but you didn't see me and you didn't hear any noise." That means what? Do you understand? That means I go to another level, like another frequency or another dimension. There is a place between our place, and that place they stay there. And that's why I felt somebody watching me.
So, if I may, you're having displaying capabilities and talents or skills more than some of us. So I speak for myself. So you have a skill that I don't have. So I'm not fascinated by it. It's just not a sensational story. It's perfectly normal. I know I have that skill, but you've developed that skill in yourself faster than I have. So the encouragement for me is that in the future, and I hope not too long future, I will have the same skill. But I don't think I'm going to have that skill until I rationalize this point of beyond, the beyondness. What is beyond, and is there something beyond, or is that just the end? It's like if I were to ask you the question, what is the largest number? And so you pick a number, you say, well, 1 trillion. Well, then someone else is going to go, oh, I'll have 2 trillion. And then becomes a competition, and you never get to the end, because there is no highest number.
Yes,
So
there is not.
Yeah, so what is the highest energy state level?
We don't know. We are learning. Everybody is learning from each other.
This is the excitement of the future. And
Yeah.
so I think on that note, we should I want to thank everybody for allowing me to present, because the future is indeed very, very bright, because it's offering hope, peace, and prosperity. And we have seen clearly the evidence of that. All of us have made the GANs and benefited from making the GANs. And as long as we have an open mind towards it, then we are engaging with the energy of the universe. If we sit there and say, oh, tell the universe to shut up, well, the universe is what's been feeding us. And you don't really want to bite the hand that feeds you, because then you have to go and steal from someone else, right? And what you're getting is leftovers. You're not getting the full course meal. And I think this is the beauty that we have really never had a chance to indulge ourselves with. Even people with a lot of money have never felt that beauty, right? Because the only thing that the money can bring them is physical things that other people make.
Yes, that's why I say I am the luckiest one. We are here in the earth.
And that's why I agree with you. So that's wonderful. Thank you so much. Okay, Mark, I'm going to sign off here, and thank everybody for being there, and
Yes.
pass it over to you.
Thank you all for being here and bringing the change. We're
a real
all part
honor.
of it. Whoever's made GANs, sipped GANs, interacted. And so we're all, well, probably many, many more than are here or in any of the meetings, and they'll be coming forward. in the very near future. As Mr. Keshe said, 1/3 of the people on this planet are not from here. So we may see an emergence of many, many new citizens that we were not aware of. And we're looking forward to that, actually. So I'm going to play Understanding the Transmutation of the Fields of the Universe. Ed has titled this Understanding the Fields, another very beautiful creation by Ed. And I think this is one of the first times it's being played. He just finished it a couple of days ago. So thank you very much, Ed, for inspiring all of us. And many of these videos that Ed is creating are being translated into the various language communities. So this one he's entitled Understanding the Fields. It's about 12 minutes. And again, we know it's after midnight. If you have to leave, no problem. Then I'll play the final disclaimer and the meeting will end. Thank you all again for being part of this very big change we're bringing to the planet, all of us.
The understanding of the transmutation of the fields of the universe will become the new occupation of man. In a way, up to now, we looked into the skies to see the UFO. Mankind will look into the skies with the eye of the soul, not with the eye of the man. And universe and unicos is oyster. You got to understand that with a new understanding of the fields of the universe in motion, what we call energy, fields of the universe in the uniformity of the motion we call plasma, now has to be understood. Now has to be integrated into the structure of what we call life of the man in the space. We need to bring this change in, as now mankind has matured enough in numbers to be able to bring that burden of the change for the rest. You'll be amazed in the next few weeks and months how the drug traffickers will dump and try to make the dogs and the cats addict because they can't reach their bosses. And you do the same with your cat and dog, but just buy them ahead and put them on the line, the hours that is transmuted. And we have set our system that there is no hacking. Now you have to understand how to bring the two fields of your soul, of physicality, you will call the spirit, and the soul of the man, to work together. That does not need the brain cell, but it works without it, the way you shall do when you become a passenger of the universe, as your brain in this amino acid cannot exist. We don't have a brain between the earth and the sun. It's got to be part of the knowledge of man in space that sooner or later mankind will come to understand that the totality of the knowledge shared belongs not only to man. It is the right of every citizen of this planet. And it's the right of all of us to have access to it. We don't make a game of it, we make a life of it. Keshe Foundation is set to bring that change to technology, and we will have many enemies. Those who want us not to be there, and how they can bring that condition for them not to be. Try to understand what the emotion is. Try to understand how you create that emotion. Try to understand in what condition of physicality you create the strength with the interaction of the field of the soul that gives you that emotion. And then go to your soul and create the same field of strength and interaction with the soul of physicality creates the same emotion. Then if you become mature to this, then it doesn't matter if the soul is the protector of the physicality or the physicality is protector of the soul. They work in a synchronized manner because they are both aware of everything. When you work in that strength, all the other souls and physicalities work on the same strength, then man shall not lie, man shall not cheat, man shall not kill, because I'm hungry, I need fields, and I'm given fields. It's got to be understood by majority of the people. And gradually, but all from the point of the first education, what it means to live with the soul, and what it means the existence of the spirit or the dimension of physicality. Our children will be educated to the knowledge of the universe from birth, the way they inherited the X chromosome and became paralyzed and become all the diseases we caused. It's just the energy and emotion which has brought that change. So the same shall be when a man understands this as a childhood, within the father's and mother's energy fields that has no X chromosome or Y. When the children of a man are created from the fields of the soul of the man, man shall bring no imperfect child to this world. And that time has come. And that time is amongst us. And it's the time for us to bring it. In a coming time, in a very, very short time, as we are working in the background and development of technologies, as our team have to understand it, there'll be no room for vaccination. We transfer the energy of what we call the virus, which your body of dimension of physicality could be a virus on this planet, but on another planet or position in the universe is your food, to understand the transmutation from position to position. So you do come to the point that if you want to have a measles protection, you put your child this channel, this time allows this to be received as an energy. There'll be no ADHD, there will be no autism because of the mixture of the viruses and the injections of fake ways they do deliver it to them. Now, gradually, your eyes opening up, the capability and the possibilities which is now is open to mankind. You go on channel 24 and you can have as much apple as you like, but you won't pull an apple, you won't kill an apple. You want to have a lamb, you go on channel 26, you get to taste the food and everything of it, and you don't need to slaughter an animal. Now you understand how extensive this will touch you and how satellites are needed, because the electronic satellites have a limitation of physicality. We need the soul satellite, which is of the same and transmute the same and is there to give and to exist. I made man in the image of myself. Is our creator ADHD or is he a drug addict? None. And so should be the man. Now the man has the man. And this is the cornerstones of the teaching. This is the cornerstones of understanding the embodiment of the cosmic rays, the soul, the ganses, and everything else which goes with it. What will be the next step for you to understand the strength of the cosmic rays? Which one you need, which one you don't need? How do you attract it to yourself, and how you reject some because you don't need it, even though they're on target? Very soon, once we start these systems to go public for you to tap into, you will tell us how you feel. You will tell us, today I didn't eat, not interested, because today I received what I need as energy through all the channels which is set up by Keshe Foundation. We govern the planet, not pieces of land. We govern through the soul and technology and knowledge, not by the gun policy and whatever sits with it. We need your support to be able to bring that change scientifically, correctly, and with the process and understanding of the whole lot, that we do not bring the change by wars, we bring change by love and creation of new country. I hope you understand what's on the table today and what is the part of the teaching. The main topic and the main objective of today is you do not need intermediaries. And nobody can protect the right of the Creator when themselves are abusers of the name of the Creator in the name of Ayatollah and the rest of it. I hope you understood the teaching of today. It has come to an end, and you understand scientifically why to the abuse of the man by the religion. Unless you enjoy an intermediary because you still think, I haven't found either, so I double in weaknesses of my own lack of understanding. Look to understand, try to find out the knowledge, and at the same time try to be precise, that you don't need another intermediary. You understand the knowledge that there is no need for intermediary anywhere in the universe. Always said, my message hasn't changed. It's for you to understand, you mature to. When I said to the professors at the university in early 2012-13, when they wanted to send a student to the FSSI, in which direction do you get your student to pray and bend when it's traveling the span of the universe and the earth is rotating and they're upside down and they're in different part of the universe which rotates itself? Where do you find your God to pray to, unless your God is within you, understanding the conduct? The message has not changed. And the technology and the knowledge has not changed. We just explain more of it that you understand it more freely.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.